My name is Beatrice Were, chairing this opening session. I would like to acknowledge the participants who have already joined us online. Good morning to those in Hungary. Good morning to those in China. Good morning to those in Kenya. You are most welcome to this session. We are going to start off with the national anthem and prayers before we can proceed. Kindly let us rise up for the national anthem and prayer. Kenyan national anthem, please. Are you playing it?
Or we can sing. We can just sing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Opening prayer from Dr. Lydia Kipkoech.
Let's go ahead and pray. Everlasting Father, this morning we thank you for your holy grace. We thank you, Lord, for this gathering. We thank you for this conference. We pray for each and every participant that, Lord, we are going to interact for the sake of ourselves and our institutions. We ask that, Lord, as we begin, let us begin with you, and then we please our prayer with thanksgiving in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. First and foremost, I would like to introduce to you the conference organizing committee. Kindly, committee, just rise for recognition. Wave to the camera. That was the organizing committee. Thank you so much. I will now straight away go to the first session of speeches. I would like to welcome the Director for Research and Innovation to take over. Karibu, Professor Balozi.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you, Professor Were. Thank you, everybody who's made time for this important event. I would also like to start by welcoming our participants, wherever they are in the world, in Kenya, in China, Hungary. I think there could also be somebody from Southern Sudan. You are all welcome. Mine will just be brief remarks And then I'll introduce my senior, the DVC, Planning, Research and Extension. I would like to start by saying that this conference, the second postgraduate students conference of the University of Eldoret, is very relevant and important to us because it's really in line with our mission to provide quality education, training, research and consultancy in science, agriculture and technology to meet the needs and aspirations of a dynamic society. And if you look at the conference theme, leveraging on research and innovation for sustainable development, this is really, really to the point, and it's relevant today with the challenges we face, especially the impact of climate change on agriculture, natural resources, water, and energy. And it is my hope that from this conference will come out worthy deliberations and spur Kenya to sustainable development. Karibuni nyote, you are all welcome. Please allow me to welcome the DVC, PRE, Professor Jonas.
Thank you, Acting Director, Research and Innovations. Management present, colleagues, researchers, presenters, and participants world over, good morning. My name is Professor Kelas Simiyu Muse, Dean School of Environmental Studies, but I'm standing in for the DVC Planning, Research and Extension, Professor Philip Rapuru, who is out of office now on official duty. He's attending a conference in Kisumu. On his behalf, I would like to welcome the participants and also the presenters to this conference. And I would like to give his brief remarks. It is my singular pleasure to welcome you to this second postgraduate conference hosted at the University of Eldoret town campus. As you have heard, the theme is leveraging on research and innovation for sustainable development. And there are several themes under it which have been formulated to address the wider needs of the researchers and the scholars. This conference provides an opportunity to postgraduate and early career researchers, as well as the wider university community and the world community, research community, to share their inspirations to imaginations and hence create better mindset for future career and academic endeavors. Colleagues, apart from an impressive lineup of young researchers and PhD students, I am also delighted to see the conference featuring leading scientists in various fields who are great role models, both in academics and also human resource mentors. This conference shows how much the University of Eldoret understands and addresses the unique issues facing those at the beginning of their research career, and also the University of Eldoret. We are demonstrating that we are committed to developing a wholesome person for a rich and satisfying life and career, whatever path that you may take. Further, if us as scientists, we hope to be ready for the challenges to come, we must start now. Imagine what this might be in future. As researchers, we must look over the next horizon. We must be visionaries and practical in our approach. We can aim for what we desire for future, but also prepare for one that is unexpected and that might be very demanding. Indeed, the future academic lifetime holds a lot of challenges, and some are familiar, while others will be entirely very new. But we require to build a productive and a resilient research community within and across all the disciplines, so that we have a critical and a prepared possible mind. This, as researchers, plays a very vital role, as was exemplified by the extraordinary efforts that we encountered the last 2 years, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Recall, we turned to experts in many fields to help respond, comprehend, and recover from this venture or this incident that we encountered without knowing. We look to you as researchers for continued dedication, determination, and inspiration as we try to shape the world for a future that is more difficult to predict than ever. My personal advice to you as a former PhD, especially to the students, we would like to be that you stay curious, keep an open mind, learn how to simplify things by going back to the basic principles, and never give up, especially when faced with hurdles and setbacks. You will be rewarded for your hard work and perseverance. Your work in research is particularly important in light of the impending strategy refresh, and it is exciting implications for research and innovation. Last but not least, I thank you for your participation in this conference and for everything to do to advance research excellency. I wish you all a productive and enjoyable conference. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you, and I would like to take this opportunity, because we are also participating with the DVC Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Ruth Otunga, and I would like to invite her to make her brief remarks, and after that she will invite the DVC AF, who is also representing the Vice Chancellor. So DVC Professor Ruth Otunga, you are welcome. She's attending virtually. Welcome, Prof. If Professor Ruth might not be joining, I would like to request that the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Wilson Ngetich, DVC Administration and Finance, comes to present his remarks. Prof, welcome.
Thank you. It is a great pleasure that I welcome you all to this second University of Eldoret Postgraduate Conference. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I would like to indeed warmly welcome you to this very important conference. I want to thank you all for making time to attend. I've heard that there are many from other nations. Welcome. And as you have been told, our Swahili word for that is karibuni. I assure you that it will be worth a while. I want to, on the onset, specifically thank our keynote speakers, that is Professor Dr. Cheka and Professor Christopher Odhiambo, for accepting to speak during this conference. We are greatly honored by your accepting to grace this occasion. To our postgraduate students, those who are here and other presenters, I would like to say that this conference provides you with an opportunity to get feedback on your work and possibly infuse new thinking into your research, and as well be able to network both with those who are locally presenting and those who are presenting from other nations. I would indeed, as has been urged by my colleague DVC PRE, request that you be very inquisitive and glean from the rich research experience of keynote speakers and other speakers who are presenting today. I want to give you a quote from a famous physicist who I normally follow, Richard Feynman, and he once said, "I would rather have questions that can't be answered than have answers that can't be questioned." So as you listen to various presentations, be very inquisitive on the kind of research, the kind of results that are being presented, and be able to get your cue from the same. I note that the theme of this conference blends very well with our university motto, that is flame of knowledge and innovation. And I believe we are going to see quite a number of innovations being presented today. And therefore, I also would like to say that our expectations are quite high, that the outputs will go a very long way to providing solutions to humanity's current and future situations or problems, as captured very well in the 11 sub-themes. I'm given to understand by perusing through the list of abstracts that there are quite a number of presentations to be made, over 100 abstracts, and I believe this will be very exciting for us, that this will feature quite a very rich diversity given the sub-themes that are there. And also the fact that we have both local and international scholars. This definitely has integrated for us the goals and the purpose of this event. I therefore believe that these 2 days will be quite engaging and fruitful for all our researchers. I would like to say also that the university is very keen to ensure that it supports this conference, making it an annual event, and therefore inspiring the university to produce valuable research. Indeed, as a university, we are cognizant of the value and contribution of postgraduate studies in generation of new knowledge, and as well as a source of human resource to drive our future. Therefore, this is something that we endeavor to see being progressed. I take this moment to recognize the organizers of this conference and to really appreciate them for the work that they have done, and indeed the effort that they have put in to see it come to fruition like as today. And as the chair of the organizers had already recognized them, I will not ask them to stand, but just to assure you that we value your contribution to this particular moment. And now, it's now my great pleasure and honor to declare this conference officially open. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, our Vice Chancellor, for those welcome and motivational remarks as we enter into this conference. I would like to now proceed and acknowledge the arrival of one of our guests, Professor Odhiambo. Our keynote speaker for tomorrow has joined us in the session. Very welcome, Professor. It is time for us to listen to one of the keynote speakers. Our keynote speaker for this morning is Professor Ratemo Micheka. Welcome, Professor Ratemo Micheka, to this conference. We are delighted to us and appreciate your sparing your time with us to share with us your experiences as a researcher, as an administrator, as a mentor and a trainer at all levels, at postgraduate, from postgraduate down to undergraduate. Thank you very much for sparing your time to come and be with us. Professor Ratemo Micheka has served this country for many years, and today he comes in as one who has experienced a lot in terms of being a researcher and being an administrator and a trainer. Professor Micheka is an emeritus professor of the University of Nairobi with a specialization in weed science, and he has undertaken a lot of research in that field and expanded it to environmental pollution issues. And today, we are glad to have him work with us. Interact with us. Professor Micheka has contributed to our society as a leader of a university, the founding vice chancellor of the university, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, where he served for 13 years. He has served in the National Environment Management Authority. He has been a member of key organizations linked to research within Kenya and in Africa at large. Currently, he is a chairperson of the Kenya National of the KNAS, and I would like to receive Professor to make his remarks. Professor Misheka, you're welcome to address the second postgraduate conference. Welcome.
Thank you very much for that, really that long introduction, and I thank you all so much, every one of you, including Hamid Ferrej. Can you hear me? I think I have an echo. Hello? Hello? I got, yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, there was an echo. I didn't know it just came, might be open. I'd like to ask the Secretariat, please, to start. Before you project my presentation, let me thank University of Eldoret for inviting me to really join you in this very important conference that you have. Although I was invited slightly late, I saw the program with a lot of papers, a lot of interesting ones that I would have loved to sit in and go through them. And I did see really that it was a very important conference, to this being the second one held by the University of Eldoret. I do assume that I do have about 20 minutes thereabout. So what I'll do, if you don't mind, first of all, thanks again for having invited me. I have retired from the University of Nairobi. I'm now Professor Emeritus, and I really don't participate much now in teaching, other than a few students I had to finish supervising. Let me say this, research, as you project, I think the Secretariat, I sent you my slides to project, and I would very kindly ask you to project from that end. Then I can go through them. Maybe I will not follow them as they are consequentially, but I will highlight some important facts about really research and where the country is, research within the continent, research worldwide, and really research in a way of knowing why we have all the time talked about Vision 2030, Agenda 2063, African Scientific Research and Innovation Councils, and we don't move an iota. And thank you again, the Secretariat, Ferrej, and I do hope Lucas Ngonda is listening somewhere. He was one of my very nice gentlemen I had. So really, let's go to the next slide, and I'll run them through, probably not real, I don't want to read them, but simply say, I'm going to deal with research as it is now, postgraduate, master's, PhD, where we have reached the Agenda 2063, a bit of it, and I'm not going to ask you to go to the fourth industrial revolution, but I'll mention something about it. Then I'll tell you why this country is lagging behind in what we do. You mean well, you mean tough, but you don't act tough. You don't mean tough. As postgraduate, and I'm simply saying this direct to start with, so that we also supervising you should mean well, be tough, get information out. Second slide, please. Sustainable innovation we have talked about, really, are the changes for products, services, and we have to generate long-term benefits to the country. Therefore, the technologies we start to manipulate, research on, will be seen as cost-achieving progress. That is why we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, Millennium Development Goals that came and went, which I don't think we gained as much as we should have gained. Now we are just about 6 years to finish the Sustainable Development Goals. So research supports strategies related very heavily to socio-economic initiatives and undertakes cross-cutting partnerships worldwide. Research in University of Eldoret should link up with the Stellenbosch, should link up with information being gotten in universities in the UK, so that we talk about cross-cutting partnerships. Next, please. Next slide. So really, innovation is a process of developing and then commercialize. When you do research, you don't simply do it just for the purpose of publications. And I do know at the end of the dissertation, we all see that said at the end of it, I'll publish 2 papers, I'll get my PhD, I'll get my master's, and I'll get a job. That's the end of every dissertation that we see. But when you feel the activities, how do we talk about competition, objectives enhancing any company? A company may want research done on them. We don't look at that. Then we foster employment on any research that we do that gains, that has got some gainful results. Well-being of Kenya, the Republic of Kenya, promote sustainable economic development. Therefore, the generation of knowledge, colleagues, is the growth and is essential for enhancing competition, enhancing job availability within Kenya, Eastern Africa, now bigger than what we thought, including the DRC, then global economy. My work really has been a lot in Kenya here, yes, but I'm the president, I was the president of the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council under the African Union, where I gained a lot of insight until this year to know what goes on in other countries. So when I talk about, say, Kenya, next slide, please. I'm just cutting so you can move the next slide. When I talk about research, I'm looking at the whole continent vis-a-vis where are we in first world developed nations. So really, organizations, you, me, universities, I'm now out. What have we done? Capacity, capability, produce, apply, market. The key thing is market-oriented innovations. That's why I said I used to be, and I still very active member of the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council, a subset, an agency of the of the African Union, where you hear the words STI 24/7, science, technology, innovation, STEAM and STEM. Those are words all of you, those matter in research, must hear. So the aim is increase competitiveness, get research. Next one, please. Look, the theories we develop are to be investigated. Invest them, find out what knowledge can bring in play. Therefore, the core areas we now dealing with, like I said, socio-economic, environmental issues, knowledge-intensive innovations. So really, when you generate these great research papers supervised by you and the professors within listening and those that are not here, that knowledge goes where? Externalities, spillovers to generate. How do we invest that knowledge? Significantly to promote the quality of human beings next to you, outside you, within the country. That research you actually do take. Even if it is a line saying, next slide, if it is a line saying, I discovered that water hyacinth can be controlled by beetle. That is a contribution to society. What have we done? Or Kuskuta on the other side. You do have 2 weeks understanding that place in university. You know, this conference, let me tell you, would have benefited you if you had almost everybody within. I can't critique. In fact, after finishing this, which is very common, of course, people sign off and go. It's the same thing as saying the keynote speaker came and opened the conference in KICC, left without hearing any other papers, which is a very bad habit in life. I'm just saying this with deep concern that when you do certain things, you got to get those people to stay a little longer. Dealing with matters, answer questions officially and impromptu within the meeting. That's besides the point. Anyway, large meetings, you will ask those questions when I'll take just about 20 minutes. So let me say this, that meetings, proximity of what you do, the research you finish, interactions with the knowledge, interactions with the people, spillovers will lead really to greater innovation. Knowledge spillovers benefits other people, near and far. I'm not talking about, say, what has University of Eldoret done within the area. That is okay. If you discover that the swamps next door harbor mosquitoes and clean them up often, that is great. Environmental issues. Then if you got something else to promote out of the country, out of Eastern Africa, even the better. This gentleman, humanitarian perspective says that knowledge generation can affect, improve the thresholds. Next slide, please. The analysis you get, like I said just now, can proceed territorial, and then the activities that you actually come up with can benefit parts of our country and out of this country, like I say, within Eastern Africa and out. Universities are no exception. Let me just get back to our own lifestyle. We are many, we exist. Many within the country, 70, 71, both private and public. If you went to each one of them and told them, give us the best of 5 research that you have carried out in the last 5 years, what would University of Eldoret come up with? Activities contribute to the achievement of the central enhancing competition in research institutions. If today University of Eldoret got something greater than the University of Embu or University of Nairobi or JKUR, you would be the singing, talking person. This brings some questions that potential research that we undertake, they promote innovation. There is a very big, important organization called Kenya National Innovation Agency, Kenya. Next slide, as I continue. And there is another very close relative to it called the National Research Fund. And I used to be very close to them. Really, I used to read papers. And I was glad one time I saw quite a number of papers from University of Eldoret, and they actually wrote in. That's why I remember the swamps, environmental issues, water areas, conservation of the areas. What competition are you putting in? So the indicators of an institution really are business sustainability, green space, rotation, design and construction, the four agenda that we have, water efficient fixtures, not within the Eldoret areas, move out. Water efficient fixtures to Kana, Marsabit, to other areas. Clean energy, waste to energy recycling, waste, put in money. Water treatment, the blue oceans should not just think about the Indian Ocean next to our Indian Ocean. You have a blue ocean over there also. If you can put transcription, it's okay, but I have the full paper too. Sorry, what I'm saying is that these indications that we are saying, I'm going to click here, the indications that we have just put in here does not exhaust or limit what I've just put there. Those are just examples. Crop rotation for agriculture, green space, environment, climate change, renewable energy. What do we do with renewable energy? Waste to energy recycling in Eldoret, for example. Go to Eldoret. Look around. I'm just not there right now. I would have loved, if I were there today, before I came to this meeting, I would have driven around. Actually, that's what I did. Checked on the disposal of garbage, checked on a few farms, so that when I talk to you, I talk to you from the point of understanding that environment, so that when I say there is garbage all over the place, I would have seen it and I can always attest to it. But at the present time, I'm just talking from the room of my house, actually, which means interaction between yourselves and me. I see Professor Geller, me, I wish you well. It is just air, and that's what we're doing. Next slide, please. United Nations, 5 components of research, sustainable paradigms, we matter, people, the 5 Ps. You know, let me tell you, colleagues, that any organization, even including universities and high schools, would bring in components of this. They will bring in some nice words all over the place. people, partnerships, peace, environmental peace, the one that our planet, and prosperity. Prosperity means riches. I'm spending time on these bolded words because they seem a lot to me, and I think it's important for researchers to appreciate them. I was not told to limit my talk to local, but I'm just covering virtually every little thing I think we should just get before my time lapses. I've done just half an hour now, just about this. People, partnerships, peace, planet, and prosperity. People is you and me. Partnerships, of course, in and out, research, publish it out. Then peace is peace that you can now enjoy that publications, that paper, that discovery, that M-Pesa you got, and that new plant genetics that you got, a plant species, then prosperity. So the dimensions of this development is that there are dimensions: society, environment, culture, and economy. That is what people are talking. Politicians don't talk about what we talk about. And no one, I've actually been following some discussions for a lot, and their songs intertwined. But none of them have hit. Campaigning, listen to them. Anybody touching on environment and sustainable economy of any kind. They talk about dimensions and all that. It's okay. If you give the money, it's okay. So what am I saying? Next slide, please. Encourage customer feedback. When you finish your research, get it out. Colleagues, I'm party and I'm a part of the blame. I publish, don't go through. We don't do that. Means of communication. Comment on publications, innovations that come through. If there is an improvement, what we don't fear. Because of the media is there for us really, everywhere. But sometimes we don't get juicy information to give them. If, say, Singatunga, the ones I used to see in the place, are disappearing completely, then how do we do research on it? That probably might have a small subsection, a 20th of a page in national standard into that, but discover bigger things will be told. Next one. Next slide, please. So really, what we are saying is that in order to boost communication, let us utilize every tool, video, etc. The communication now we have is so available that we cannot fail to pass information we have to the people. Companies have been left out. Business innovations, it does not matter what area. I do know controversies that some disciplines are less important than others. I don't want to get into that, but every discipline that educates people has got its own end result. There is no way you can say that somebody who did the scroll mining in Qumran near the Dead Sea has no area to explain the historical perspectives of something. So every area works. Therefore, in our status of the country being developed, Kenya, we need to open up, innovate, get to the companies. I know you are part of my group, but companies make the right matter to you. You can always get something. Next slide, please. Next slide. So really, corporates, companies have said, acknowledge them. I do know the difficulties in having some people from the company come and work with us. I know the Vice Chancellor, Professor Teresa Kenga is not in, but I understand issues when you say exchange staff and the industry to come into play. A bit tricky something. So really, sometimes it is easy to forget research that has been done elsewhere, but let us not ignore it. Let us not ignore companies. Let the companies also be part and parcel of the big society. Creation and innovation. Where business co-creates, you actually get consultants. These consumers, right now, foods, vendors, designers, suppliers, marketeers, anything, like I said, every discipline actually goes into some kind of work. Never allow them to, but I do know you are heavily in engineering, sciences, etc. But any other discipline within the university is a right. Move up, please. Next one. Next slide. So really, today's successful businesses are data-driven. Let me not belabor on this. Any information you do get data, respect it, use it. That's where you see the Amazons and Baba, Googles, etc. that we're talking about. In fact, the meeting that I had another meeting the other day where we were talking about the fourth and fifth industrial revolution somehow. A company may find this a new world trend. Let that be backed up by data. Data. Keep that data, raw data that you might have had. I still have my data raw in here where I'm sitting about a minute ago. The ones I wrote my PhD, I still have it. That raw data. Next slide. Sorry, the function advances this system. For example, we talk about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, printing, etc. That is engineering, quantum mechanics, etc. Systems that go on global. The personalities that we use, recommendations we make, the ability of us to do a research becomes part and parcel of information. It may not be seen as a searchable material, but you probably would say, what impact does ABCD have? Paving the way for transforming changes. Sometimes we can disrupt this business. We can get a new technology. Now, like diabetes is increasing every place. Is anybody in food science nutrition helping us? Scroll up, helping us in finding out whether rural areas are being impacted. They are, yes. What are the reasons of, say, diabetes being so prominent in some areas, which perhaps used not to be there? Therefore, a research can come through and say, look, can you reduce certain foods? Can you increase local food? Therefore, people will reduce the amount of sugary food consumption to counteract the occurrences of diabetes. Next, please. I think fourth industrial revolution around Agenda 2063, typical of agenda, typical of Vision 2030. Same statements. I did say earlier, STI. I'm not criticizing any remarks, comment. It is really a driving force that by such and such a time, harness continental endowment through research. This is research. Agenda 2063 asks for natural resources, geopolitical positions, which I said long time ago, the 5 Ps, the position to equitable distribution of resources that is beneficial to the people, equitable distribution of any resource, based on the accelerated implementation, continental framework, and any other similar initiatives. God, look at it. They have put it so that you and me should actually have died. So whoever survives probably will go back and refer to its tenets to effect it. Let me come closer here. Kenya, Vision 20. Long-term development blueprint. I said long time ago, about 20 minutes ago, that we are about 6-7 years to it. By collective aspirations, better society, global competition, with a high quality of life by Kenya 2030. I pause there for a second. Quality of life. You all in the room, I thought I saw a number of 45, 60 at this point, maybe more. Think about the quality of life today, 8 years, 2030 for people. So the research we do should benefit that and qualify the word quality, high quality of life. In this, you have the 4 agenda buildings. I don't know how many of that. Infrastructure. See highways coming up on and on, my really issues. When you talk about health care. Okay. When you go down the line now, among others, then there's one thing that I really ask is 2. Pick only 2. Water and health. 2. Then environment comes in. How far? Think about it. You are researchers. You can even do, in fact, a paper, a desktop, a empirical paper. to now predict the 2030 in the process of you people, the persons in some, and I'm sure you have, I'm not really, when I was in Eldoret University, there was sometimes back about 5 years ago, we had a meeting on environment that time. I don't know whether you have now the faculty of even arts and sciences, arts alone, for example, to even study the implications, the impact of traditional medicine, traditional indigenous knowledge to the people and the quality of life by the year 2030. Are we getting? Next slide. Organizers, please advise me. I'm just finishing. Thank you. Now, what is your role, postgraduates? You have the answers, honestly. Don't underrate yourselves. Keep data, talk, debate, argue. Trust on your data you collected. Today, if you ask me to answer a question on Roundup, today, and the raw data I got on it many years back, I would still look at it, maybe change, not change, but advise that maybe we should have been done. Repeated trials, linkages, I'm sorry, linkages and collaboration. Visibility to yourselves, you guys and ladies, gentlemen and ladies, get your institution in play, notable, visible within the Rift Valley. Pop up on the research you do. In fact, a first year master's can do a very beautiful research, can be published. I had a student called Wilson Mwangangi from Tharaka-Nithi. He published a paper on his fourth project, and they were being invited to work in France, etc. What am I saying? Visibility, trust in yourself. Research has no limitation. That is a PhD who would produce the best of best. No, no, no. Anybody, even the CBC we are now talking about, can get a researchable material publishable to all through. The M-Pesa guy is a man I know from Kenya. He was cheated, given 4 million left. Anyway, that's a long history. Trust the close interactions with your supervisors. This one we have to test, tell, consult the supervisors, continue that. Trust what they do, and then make corrections along. Respect the device opinions. If I've said something completely off scale, you are thinking now, respect it, but later on, if I were there, you have told me, sasa hapo umeleza vibaya, tuambie hivi. Ningesema nitarudia tena nirudie tena mara kadhaa niwaeleze. So really, honest in research, no plagiarism. We have said this all through because I said the word postgraduate. Continue researching and doing what you best can do as postgraduate students. Any more slide? Scroll one more time. I didn't write thank you, I know. Nothing. I think I would rather, again, thank you all, University of Eldoret, for listening to me. I wish you happiness, I wish you well, and I wish you very, very, just besides the point, very happy forthcoming elections at your own pleasure. I stop here and thank you again, Fred, for keeping me informed. We'll go a bit late, but I look forward. I wish I really would have actually been there and critique some of the papers I saw. I saw some very nice topics, but of course, I'm here. I'm not going to entangle myself in thinking what the person would be saying. So sometimes virtual is best, but physical is actually much, much, much better in ways of research, discussions, interactions, and a critiquing. So that now, like I talked about what I've talked about Kuskuta, the other weed, I've talked about garbage in the area, and I've talked about water. 4 major issues that we talk about. What is the next course of action? I thank you all and have a very, very nice and beautiful, beautiful conference for the 2 days, today and tomorrow Friday. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Speech.
Hello, can we, I think, can you hear me? Secretariat.
Yes, we can hear you.
Welcome members, rather participants, for a session of questions and answers. Participants, if you have any questions to our keynote speaker, kindly bring them forward. Sorry? You can raise your hand wherever you are, and we will call on you to ask your questions. Alternatively, you could type the question in the chat box, and we will read it out on your behalf.
Secretariat I want to ask a question, Secretariat.
Professor,
hello?
Secretariat, do we have any questions on the chat box?
Yeah, there is Professor Simiyu has a question. Gelas Simiyu.
Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor Micheka, our keynote speaker. Your highlights were inspiring, and indeed I appreciate the impact that your stint in NEMA has done because you are really thinking environment. I'm particularly interested in institutional sustainability, especially the areas you highlighted, waste to energy, renewable energy, and that quickly made me think of circular economy. And I realized what is going on now in our institutions. For example, if you like to get sustainable conversion of waste to energy, you require adequate sources of the waste. But because of the public-private partnership at the moment, students are outside the university, staff are outside the university, so real waste outside the university. So I don't see how we can identify the economic streams that can sustain our plans within the university from that context of sustainability, from resources, especially waste to resource. Maybe it is an observation, but you can also give it a more greater in-depth highlight so that we see how sustainable it is. And even closely related to that, we are now called paperless, because paper we could recycle and do all that, but now we are paperless, which means we don't have real economic streams within our institutions. Thank you.
Maybe we can have another one, then I can go find it. Can I ask, Professor, let me say this, really. You have a very nice city, a nice place. The county has got human beings and the county has youth, etc. The problem is this: if the county wanted to recycle to money any waste, believe me, not that can actually be done within a very short time. My stake is this: educate the people, educate the students, educate the populace, educate the county council persons, the good and the bad of garbage accumulation. It can be recycled. Other countries are actually recycling. There are machines available. When you go benchmarking, when they go benchmarking to Kinshasa and other places, they see similar garbage. But if they went benchmarking in Norway and asked specific, how do we handle the excess garbage that we have? They probably would come with very cheap machines which can sorting out, recycling, and using the 80% we have biodegradables into manure. The answer is simple: seek, go and benchmark. If not, tell the current persons go arguing for presidential, arguing for governorship, senate, that garbage should be in their agenda. That's all I can answer for this time, Professor. I think you have more ideas than me on that, because garbage is something visible that can be done, and its damage to humans is a very clear manifested material. I hope I've answered your question.
Very much, Prof. Adequately.
Any other question?
Yes,
Professor Perez has a question.
Madam Chair, I think
the keynote speaker.
I don't see any other question, Madam Chair. I think.
Hello, can you hear me, Prof?
Yes, I can hear you well. Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to appreciate your acceptance to be our keynote speaker on such short notice. Secondly, I would just like to ask a quick question, and this relates to our own students, that generally we look at our work as graduate students from the short-term perspective, short-term lens, that somehow all I need to do is go through this stress, and then at the end of 2, 3, 4 years, I have a designation in front of my name that says I'm now Dr. So and so. How can we cultivate the mindset of our graduate students so that they can see their research on a long-term basis? That even when they are looking at topics and ideas to research as graduate students, they are not looking at it with the short-term lens. They are looking at it at eventually building up the area in their career, in their professional development, so that in the end they might actually achieve something. What's your opinion on this, and in your experience, what have you done to help your students look at it on a long-term basis? Thank you very much.
Rick, I didn't get your name, sir, but let me just... Let me answer that very quick. I think what we need to do from the onset, two big issues. The problem you pick should be seen to continue into infinity, which is tricky. That's a very hard answer I'm giving. You must pick a problem that shall not terminate you in just getting a PhD and out. Then, depending on your dispensation, on which job you actually get, you may still continue doing research in that area, or you may get some other people. Normally, what Japan does is this. They train from undergraduate, master's, PhD on an area or big areas. In the process, they develop a continuum. They come with a continuous researchable product, so that even if you change to go to a bank or go to an industry of some kind, you still have research going on. So, of course, obviously, you get your master's, your PhD, and start getting out. But depending really on which job you get at the end of your master's or PhD, or you engage yourself, if you find that you are doing tissue culture on something that is sustainable forever, Stay to it, continue. If you find you can get a solution for water hyacinth, which is not disappearing from our Lake Victoria, stick to it, continue with it. So I'm not going to suggest you that do ABC. Use the best of judgment, best of employment, best of future opportunities to actually continue with what research you do. If it is simply knocking your master's and PhD and get out, that is your thinking about it. But even the professor working with you may wish to ask you, you're finishing, which way do we go? You have opportunities. Pick an area. I've not run out of, my area, I've not run out of work at all, I can't. Because you must eat, there must be weeds, there must be diseases, there must be environmental headaches, there must be garbage continuously. I'm not saying we shall stay like that throughout, but I can see generations and generations in this country still sticking to higher production, environmental safety, and the teaching. I'm being vague, but sir, pick an area you think you can continue, either with employment or your own research. Like I knew somebody in JKU when I was there who took tissue culture. He's now one of the biggest tissue culture suppliers in Nyandarua and the mountain area. Maybe somebody can add. The colleagues there. Ogech, I can see you, Benetton Ogech, you are there. I just knew you sometimes. I have not seen Gonda. Gonda, are you around? Lucas is not there. Okay, thanks. I think that's okay. Organizers.
We are glad to have you continue with us. Is there any other question? Okay, I think we come to the end of the discussion from the keynote speech. And at this point in time, we are due for a health break. According to our program, we have 15 minutes to stretch our legs, and then we rejoin. But we are not going to join from this, all of us in this main room. After the break at 11:15, sorry, after 15 minutes break, you are expected to move to your parallel virtual rooms to continue with your presentations. Thank you very much. Logistics team, if you have anything before we go for the break, I can communicate that on your behalf. Otherwise, we take a break and rejoin in 15 minutes time. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, Isabel. Nafanya kazi. Hello? I'll see you.
solution and use them inside a big city to build office building, you will find that construction use this kind of solution to build an office. Big office building is not really cheap. So that's why the policymaker and the promoter are still reluctant to use this kind of solution. So we need to find a way to make the bioclimatic approach more affordable. So this study focusing on a strategy which can be used in both existing office building and new office building, and I will develop it. So, like I said, Burkina Faso is located in the middle of West Africa, and Ouagadougou has a dry hot climate, like you can see in this slide. So you can do a bioclimatic approach without knowing the climate data of the place you want to do your research. It's really important. The climate data is the first data input you need to have before doing it. So the purpose of this research, like I said, is focusing on the climate and use the climate at your advantages to build something new, something from, let's say, something which we use, our vernacular architecture, patrimoine, with modern strategy, modern tools, modern way to build, to make the future building more durable. So to do that, we use a case study based on a typology of office building in Burkina Faso, but we use we focus the research on the low income office building. So that's why we have a single story office building here, which can provide rooms for 12 people. So in the on the left, you have the base model of the office building. On the right, you have the office building after the use of the implementation of the passive design. Like I said, in this study, the passive design, the researcher focused the efforts on natural ventilation, sun shading, thermal mass and wind with evaporative cooling, and dehumidification. So why dehumidification? Because at this stage, we need to be honest with each other. It's really complicated to provide a building located in a hot, dry climate without the use of air conditioner. But even if we still use air conditioner, we need to provide an environment, a built environment where the air conditioner will be less used, at least at the least use possible. So that's why we still use air conditioner. That's why the dehumidification is still a passive technique in this situation. So for the input, we change everything from the roof to the wall, and also the windows, everything. Like you see in the roof, the main change was in the coating part of the roof. In the roof first, excuse me, in the roof, we changed the roof with shading, so that in the first model we have no shading, like you can see in this place. The first roof is just a concrete slab, and in the optimized model we have the first roof, which will be used as a sun shading, roof shading. And the wall, the modification on the wall is the building will still be built in hollow concrete block, but there's some change in the coating. So we will use clay for the coating, the external and internal coating, and we also had some XPS polystyrene to do the insulation. Yes, so that will be used reduce, to enhance to the thermal property of the wall, so that we can control and reduce the heat gain from the walls. And also the windows, we had a overhang on the windows to provide, everything necessary for the window shading. So like I said, you can see that also in the glazing. The glazing remained the same for all the cases, and the natural ventilation, we just consider an infiltration of 0.7, and for all the cases, yes. So for the air conditioner, we use a system with the best system possible in the market, which have a cup of 3.5, so that this system will consume less energy possible. Okay, so after all these input parameters, we use the software Energy Plus to do the simulation, to have the results and compare them to the base model. The base model will be used as a reference model, and so that we can compare which passive design is the most appropriated for this part of the continent, and how we can optimize all of them. If the optimized cases will be better or not. So I will show you the results. So this is still our methodology. Like I said, you need the climate data. So here we use the climate data from 2004 to 2018, and we change, like I said, the building envelope material to enhance the thermo-physical characteristic. This is, I'm talking about the wall, because the building envelope is a wall. And also we need to, we simulate also the building user requirements.
Abraham, you have 3 minutes.
What?
You have 3 minutes to complete.
Okay, okay, no problem. Thank you. So, and after that, we apply the passive cooling technique for the optimization of the energy model. We do the simulation, and these are the recommendations we will have in the discussion part. So here we can have the results. You can see that from the base case, you have an average discomfort hours of 1,000, let's say 1985 hours per year, if you consider the working hours. But in the optimized case, you just have 670 discomfort hours. So you just need to use the air conditioner during 600 hours and 17 during the whole year. So you can see also here that the optimized case has the best indoor-outdoor air temperature. So here we have the result with the solar heat gain through the glazing, through the walls, and through the roofs. Considering that the glazing did not change, we can see that using the passive design is really useful for minimize the solar heat gain and loss through glazing. The change in the wall also is really good for the heat gain and loss through walls. And the roof, for sure, it will be really useful because we use a roof shading. So these are the results in the annual energy simulation. So you can see that the total cooling demand is really low compared to the base model. So inside the optimized model, we have like a total of 42% of reduction using the passive design. So like I said, these are the results. You can see that we have like more than 40% reduction for the discomfort hours and 43% reduction for the annual energy consumption. So the significant point of this research is that using passive design, even if as simple as possible, is really useful to reduce your energy. And there's a way to use them even on existing building. So it's not a technique that it's just for the wealthy one, but also for the, let's say, for the average people. So even people with existing simple building can change the coating on the wall. They can have a second roof to protect the first one. They can build some overhang for the windows, and these simple strategy will be really useful to help them reduce the energy consumption. And yeah, this is what we found at the end of the research, to provide to most of people a useful strategy which is really affordable and let's say eco-friendly. So the future research can be focusing on the use of wood, because most of research for the passive design technique are focusing on earth, adobe, curb, or concrete earth block. But these materials are not sustainable as the wood, because for wood we can plant them, we can harvest them, and we can also have them back. We just need to find the best way to use them as the most efficient way to use them. I don't think for now, I don't think we can use wood to build an entire building, but maybe we can use them as an insulated material for the wall. So this is the future research we are still doing, and I will be glad to present it to you maybe the next time. Yeah. So thank you for your time, and this is the end of the presentation. So if you have some question, I'm really glad to try to answer to them. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Abraham Zoure, for your presentation. You've taken slightly more time, but that's okay. At least we have gotten the information. So mine is first, I will ask whether we have a physical model of your projects that you did, or it was just simulation only on computer. Did you do a physical project?
No, I didn't do any prototype.
Okay.
I don't do any prototype, because if this kind of research is really more advanced, because you need to find some financement to do that, and so on, and also find the best sensor to have the to have the data. But the data I used was really, they were really accurate, because I worked with some let's say some researcher in my country, and here also here in China. So we really have some really accurate data, and the software we used were really good. And I can even encourage you to use it. The name is Energy Plus. It can be difficult to learn, but it's really helpful if you can do it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you're saying Energy Plus, is it a free software, or it is a commercial software where you need to pay for one to use?
Oh, that's a good question. I think like all the good software around here, I think you need to pay for them. But if you are a scholar, there's some way to find I'm sure there's some way for you to download it for free. Like for my case, I use my university to have this software, and it's a software which can be used, as a plugin with Open Studio and SketchUp design. Yeah.
Okay, and from your research, which color was appropriate for reducing the amount of energy used in building, particularly internal painting?
Which what? I didn't.
Which color? Which color?
Color of what?
Of the paint.
Color of the
painting of the walls, or shading. We call it shading or painting. Did you do any painting on your building? Because painting also helps in reducing the energy.
I didn't focus the research on the color of the wall, because because
so it was only on the roof, on this roof shading, the roof top.
No, on the wall, I did some clay coating.
Oh,
So,
yeah, that's what I was asking.
like I said, this technique can be applied on existing building. So if so you have an existing building built with hollow concrete block, right? So you will do some transformation, let's say some refurbishment, change the coating, and use clay. In this table, I even give the width of the clay I use for this simulation. So I use clay outside the wall and also inside the wall. And inside, beside clay, I also use the polystyrene, the XPS polystyrene, to also enhance the insulated property of the wall.
Okay. Perfect. So is there anybody among the presenters who would like to ask a question to our presenter, Abraham Zoure? Is there anybody? Any question from the floor? Any question from the other presenters? Okay, if there's no question, we would like to thank you, Abraham Zoure, for your presentation. We thank you also for publishing your work in a very good journal, Sustainability. I'm aware it's a very good journal. I know of it. So thank you very much for doing that work. So I think future research should be looking at funding for use of timber and also use of this software in coming up with a physical model, however small it is, because it will assist to validate the results of the model. So thank you very much. We wish you a nice time there in China, and we wish you well as you finalize your studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the end. Yeah. Okay. Stop sharing, then we go to the next presenter. So our next presenter is on PQ binomial extension of Coase-Rubinstein model for optimization of portfolio with noisy observations in life insurance. The presenters are Jeffar Oburu, Joseph Nyankida, Joshua Were, and Brian Oduor. Do we have presenters from that group? Yeah. Do we have somebody from on-peak binomial extension? Okay, I'm giving a second to that group. Okay, so the next presenter is Alex Cheptak. Kindly present to us your work, Alex. The time is 11:40, and kindly start your presentation. We are giving you 15 minutes. So we shall make you the host, and then you start presenting.
Thank you for that opportunity. I don't know if I can be heard clearly.
We can hear you. Do you have the slides, or we present for you the slides?
I have the slides. Let me share.
Okay. We have the slides, so you can go through them. Cheptak, Alex.
Yes, I'm getting.
You've seen the slides from our side?
Yes, I've seen the slides.
Okay, so you can proceed and tell us, you have those 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clement, for the opportunity and the entire staff for organizing this conference. As I'm called Alex Cheptam, master's student, University of Eldoret. And I'm presenting on a sub-theme, engineering and sustainable development, and our main focus, design of a single mode RIP waveguide based on thin film lithium niobate on insulator, famously known as TFLN. This work has been done to help us understand that we are living in a world that requires very fast and super fast optical communications for optical signal transmission. And as scientists, we need to come up with the new technologies on how we can guide our EM, or electromagnetic waves. For this case, the optical wave through a guide. And a number of attempts have been made to come up with the waveguides to help us integrate the same in photonic integrated circuits. And the promising material for this is the lithium niobate. Lithium niobate, as can be discussed maybe in details later, is a promising promising material that has very good electro-optic properties. And this one can be discussed in Packel's effect, where the refractive index of the material changes with just a slight application of the electric field. And for this case, our waveguide will be working on a fundamental mode of wavelength 1550 nanometers, which is actually the wavelength where the loss is lowest. And in our other part of the introduction, I want to say that optical communications can find its way in helping us understand the challenges that we face in this world. For example, when we need to send our signals to flood-prone areas, way before the floods take place, we really have to have the right technology. And waveguide is a component that can be used together with the other sensors so that we can have the signal relayed home. Next slide. I don't know if I'm okay. Sorry.
It's okay, yeah.
Okay, this cross-section, the cross-section of the guide we are making, and our dimensions have been well calculated. We'll see it just in a moment. That here, you can see the colors from the bottom. We're using a silicon substrate of about 150 nm, and we have the gladding material. That is the silicon dioxide. We call it silica also. 300 nanometers is the reason why it is that wide. And the red color, the red part, is showing us the lithium niobate with the reach of about 700 nanometers. So our main focus will be the width of this guide or waveguide, and for our material we use the 1000 nanometers as waveguide, but we'll be varying the parameters and seeing the results, and as to why we are opting to the 1000 nanometers. And yes, we can also see the cross-section in our simulation software, the VPI. This is just a picture of the drawing that we just had earlier. But this one on part B is the one under the grid for simulations. So it's having the same dimensions. Okay, this lithium niobate on insulator, also known as TFLN, we fixed our height on the waveguide part at 700 nanometers, the cladding part 3000, sorry, with our silicon substrate being the thinnest. The reason being is that we want to avoid any field penetration into the other substrates or other dielectrics, and we just want to make our light or our EM wave just pass through the lithium niobate. That is what we are interested. So there's also a refractive index contrast. You can see that the refractive index of silicon 3.48, the silicon dioxide 1.46, and that one for lithium niobate 2.211. So there is, of course, there's already a contrast, and our core will be the lithium niobate, as with the cladding of silicon dioxide. And apart from the material change in its refractive index when an electric field is applied, the other parameters which are very, very important in designing a waveguide are the width and the height of the waveguide. And according to this gentleman, just a minute, sorry, back, just back. Just, okay, the previous session, just back again from. Okay, thank you. So according to Sorev, for you to come up with this, the optimum dimensions for the waveguide, we use this formula, and from these calculations, we'll be able to see that our width can range from 600 nanometers to up to even 1400 nanometers. And the height can be fixed at between 400 and 700 nanometers, so that it can be able to guide and give us the single mode conditions. Maybe next slide. Yes, next. So for us to be able to, from the dimensions we used, we were able to get some results on both how the mode index changes with the width, and we've summarized the same on our table 1, having simulated our waveguide using the VPI photonic, and our mode solver is film mode matching method. And the results we obtained are summarized on that table 1. If you can proceed to the next. Well, thank you. We varied our width from 100 nanometers to about 1400 nanometers. And the observation is that the effective mode index kept on increasing gradually from 1.7 to about 1.9 in that range of 100 nanometers to 1400. But of interest also is the Gaussian beam overlap within our waveguide. At 100 nanometers, the percentage is so low. The overlap percentage is so low, about 6.9. But our interest is also to optimize the overlap, so that can give us so that we can have our guide operating optimally. And the percentages also are increasing with the increase in the width. But at some point around 1,000, 1,200 to 1,400, there was a drastic decrease, a decrease in overlap, indicating
Alex,
that.
Alex, 3 minutes
Yes.
remaining.
Okay, thank you. So the the percentage goes down, and remember our interest is actually to have all signal concentrated. We reduce the attenuation and any optical loss. And therefore that now informed us that the operating width could be lying between 600 to just barely 1,000 nanometers. Next, please. So I think I've discussed this from the results from the table. I can move to the next slide. Yes, these are the Gaussian beam through the guide. On part A, we are having the width being 100 nanometers, and we can be able to observe that there is way too much optical loss. When our width was changed to about 400, this is just a sample. We see that somehow there's some concentration or confinement of the same optical electromagnetic wave through the guide. Next slide. Check the 1,000. So it's an improvement. That's part C. The 1,000, there is an improvement in the way our wave is guided. And part D at 1,400 nanometers, nearly all of it is guided through. So the parameter width is a key role in our design. Next, please. Yeah, already done in the discussion. We can move towards the end. This is still showing us that at 100 nanometers and 1,400, so slightly back. So these are graphical representation of the same, that at 100 to 1,400, we nearly have a very small signal passing through our waveguide. But in our next slide, beyond 400 to almost 1,400, we'll be able to see that there is a signal. Next slide. Yes, so this graph and it's an indication of a concentration of a TE field with the modes 1 just on the red side, and then mode 0, 1, and 2 on that red side. But our interest now is to look at this red one, which is the fundamental mode for that case. Now the waveguide can be able to transmit several modes, but we'll also be trying our best to adjust the parameters so that we're able to have only a single mode passing through the guide. Next, please. I think it's already done. We can move to last part, the conclusion. Yes, I think I kept on emphasizing that waveguide geometries are fundamental in the design of optical waveguides, and we were able to see the results when we varied our width from 100 to 1,400, and optimally at 1,000 to 1,400 nanometers is when we're having our guide. So it is advisable to choose the dimensions of the guide in such a way that the input signal can be guided all the way, and the attenuation and any optical loss is minimized. Thank you. I think I'm done. This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Alex, for that wonderful presentation. a quick question, although questions we have reserved them for at the end. But my question is that have you published your work?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. I see
Not
it's
yet,
good
yes.
work. Okay. So we
Thank you
ask
so
the
much.
presenters to wait until we finish so that we can ask questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the next presenter we have is Wilkins K. Cheriot. Wilkins, are you around?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So do you have the slides or we project from our side?
You can project. You can project.
Okay, thank you.
Can see the slides.
The slides. It's taking too long to open.
Yes. Okay, can I share it on my side maybe?
Let us share from your side as you are just making most.
Okay. Hope you can see it.
Thank you very much. Can you start? Yeah, yes, we are seeing it from this side. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to welcome you all for this presentation.
Yeah, yes. 15 minutes, yeah. Start, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the organizers of this conference. First, I'm Wilkins Cheriot. My presentation title is Technical and Enviroeconomic Analysis on Performance of a 780 watt peak PV system in Kenya. It's a case study. All of us at this moment, you know that provision of electricity is now considered a global necessity, just like the basic needs like food, water, and shelter. And this usually is geared to improvement of livelihood and economic growth and overall poverty eradication when one is access to reliable electricity. Lack of this reliable electricity in Kenya is mostly attributed to frequent outages and blackouts due to the grid failure in most of the times, especially during rainy seasons. And this is also driven by the current pursuit of low carbon and sustainable sources of energy globally, where we are heading towards greening of every sector of our economy. And hence we need to replace all the diesel generators that use fossil fuel in generation of electricity at every
that is Wandera in 2016, believes that the virtual reality is all about phobia. It is all about fear. And so what happens? As much as we're moving onto the computational level, as Dean decides, or rather had suggested back in 2009. And as we move further, we are told that the same virtual reality becomes $1 of industry, as explained by Boyle 2016. And we're told that most of the energies are forged towards this direction. And actually it has increased the students' engagement. And there is that socialism that comes out when it comes to this particular virtual reality. At the same time, it is part of the advancement in our technology. Remember, a long time we had the normal phones, and then we are moving on to better phones, and we are moving to 5GB, all that. And we believe that that one moves onto the digitalization. One thing about this virtual learning, I know that there is pictures, the augmented reality that is brought from the real environment. What about it? When they bring pictures onto the class from the world, then we realize we have pictures of the 3 dimensions. Then how is the reality? How is it moving with the usual life that we know about this? And that is why we have the investigation of this particular online learning, or rather virtual reality. And out of that, again, we move on to this artificial intelligence. What about it? We know that language comes from, we human beings actually bring things that work like us. And finally, we have landed on the artificial intelligence. And out of that, we are told that there is language process with the likes of the Python and Java. What about the language process? We feed the computer like that and it speaks. And sometimes we actually feed the wrong work onto the artificial intelligence. So what happens? I think the best way maybe we can always get people who are smart, the frontiers technologists who can always work with the best words of feeding these computers the right things, or rather feeding the right information to this, so that we move forward. For example, when we have a book in the library, once it is misplaced or placed in another direction, and then the artificial intelligence still dictates that the book is somewhere where it is, or it's not there, yet we know that the book is in the library. That alone takes us to questioning ourselves under this artificial intelligence. And out of that, simply because this artificial intelligence is performing the human tasks, what happens to the human? What happened to the normal human being? Are we losing jobs? And back to the challenges now, we know that we are having.
You have less than 4 minutes remaining.
It's okay. So we have the challenges now. We know that we have the speed internet with us, but a few is connected to this internet. What next? That is an opportunity that is supposed to be ventured into later on. And out of that, we know that we still we still have inadequate expertise, and we actually need more. There is inequality. When we look at parts of the country, we have people who have never heard of network. What next? I think that one moves on to the government. We have loss of jobs stated by Sheetal 2019, abrupt change, connection to 5GB is also a problem. So what happens? The literacy level among the teachers, among the students is still low. And I think the best thing that the government can always take responsibility. For the strengths, at least the virtual reality, the artificial intelligence, you're told that it works very fast, it saves time, it is good, it has good storage. That is stated by Kofferman back in 2019. And what is it that we learn? What is it that we learn out of the virtual reality, out of the artificial intelligence? We are learning that the world is a dynamic entity. And if it is a world entity, it is a dynamic entity, then what are we? Then we have to move with the way the world is moving. I think that is my voice. And just to ensure that the the intelligence, the artificial intelligence comes in class, then I'll wish to bring forth this video of artificial intelligence that was done in a military area. Can the same be brought to reality in this particular classroom? And if it is, then I want to believe that the issues of exam leakage and all that will not be there. And so what we say, that virtual reality and AI is awesome. It is increasing us to where we are supposed to be heading to. But again, my one worry that I have, or rather what remains with me, is we are creating enough softwares, enough engineers, and the rest. Are we creating more teachers? Allow me to leave that at that as you watch this final video of the military. Can it be equated to the classroom? Hello, I was supposed to play a certain video over there to bring out the gap of this particular literature search.
Is the link in the slides?
Yeah, it is. It is. Hello, it is on the slide.
Which slide?
Yeah, it is there.
Was the link on the last slide?
Yeah, there is a short video of around 1 minute. Yeah, that one. That one. Yes, that one. Yeah, if it can not play.
Because there's no link on the slide.
Okay, fine. It was all about, there is this man who has been placed a clip in his head, and he's able to realize so many things that are near him. And he could be able to tell who has killed who in this military park. And by the end of it all, we are told that this particular intelligence is able to identify faces that have
Okay, Caro, you can wind up.
Excuse me.
I think for the interest of time, you have anything to just say as we finish? Carol, you're muted.
Hello?
Yes, you can give us concluding remarks because of time.
Okay. I want to say this, that clip had the summary gap, but all in all, I want to say thank you as we leave the whole job onto the government, who are supposed to ensure that this digitalization reaches everybody, but at control, it should be controlled. That is going to help us. And I say that the lesson that we learned from this is that artificial intelligence is a reality. We only need to have it controlled. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carol. We will reserve our comments until the last presenter. We can have Professor Kafu. Professor Kafu can come on. Professor Kafu. Professor Kafu. Can we have Professor Kafu?
Administration.
Mikiro, please mute yourself. Mikiro. Okay, welcome, Professor Kafu. Continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and Rapporteur. I'm presenting a paper, which is a paper which is not researched. So we are looking at research proposals, thesis writing, which is an emerging issue in the administration of research and innovation for sustainable development. Now, the next slide, we have the introduction. Under the introduction, I would like to say that this is a new development in the management of modern research and innovation in higher education. Number two, it is an innovation in the sense that this development has not been conducted anywhere in the world. It was conducted for the first time in Mo University in 2007. Number three is that research proposal and thesis writing is a specialized course that is designed and administered to promote and sustain the quality of administering research work in modern higher education. And number four is that it is a major component of managing research in modern higher education. Next. Now, this paper is going to be presented under various aspects. So the first one we look at is the nature of this course, the nature of this innovation. Now, generally, research proposal or thesis writing is considered as an educational or professional course. Number two, it is a demanded course in the face of the deteriorating standards or quality of managing research work in higher education today. Number three is that this is an innovation in the management of research and innovation in modern higher education, simply because it has never been conducted anywhere in the world in the research process. So, and it is characterized, go back a bit. It is characterized as a totally new development, as I've said, in the management of research and innovation. Now, the other very important thing in this paper is we look at the importance of this research proposal or thesis writing in the management of research and innovation. Now, there are three things that are captured under the importance. One is the need of this course. Number two is the role of this course in the conduct or administration of modern research. Number three, the value of this course in the management of research and innovation in modern higher education. So we look at each one of these separately. So the first one is the need. Because of time constraint, I will not go through all of them. You can get this in my paper. Is that the first one is that it is a response to deteriorating quality or standards in the management of modern research work in higher education. For example, today, there's a lot of plagiarism students are hiring people to write papers for them, and there's a lot of cheating. And therefore, this paper was designed and developed to respond to these falling standards. Number two is that the course facilitates the transformation or modernization of the management of research and innovation for sustainable development in modern society. And this is because this course is a work for the postgraduate students through the preparation and presentation of research proposals and thesis or dissertation. Next. Now, the course is also designed and conducted to provide opportunities for initiating and administering creativity and innovations. In fact, it is the backbone of the innovative research that has now taken the present world by storm. Then number four is that the course is also designed and conducted to develop and sustain, conducted to develop, sustain, and promote the image of research innovation. Many people seem to be scared when you mention the name, the word research. But when you go through this course, actually you will see research and innovation activity very ordinary. Then number five, the course is designed and also conducted to prepare and produce specialists in research and innovation for sustainable development in modern society. Next. Yeah, I think we lost enough. We can now go to the next one, which will be the budget. Okay? Just move back because it's long. Okay, so the third one, the other things that I've listed, you can read them in the paper. The third aspect of the importance is the value, and this refers to the expected benefits accruing from embracing or using this course in the administration of research and innovation in the modern world. So the first value is that this course empowers novice researchers or students to design, develop, and conduct research and innovation work with ease. Number two is that the course facilitates the development and the production of experts, specialists, who can actually facilitate the administration of sustainable development in modern world. Number three is that research proposal or thesis writing promotes the image and uniqueness of research and innovation for sustainable development in modern society. Number four is that this course also is a facility for development and sustenance of cultural practices or character of the administered research and innovation for sustainable development today. Then number five is that this innovation usually globalizes, because what is conducted in this course actually reflects globalization operations and so on. Then number seven, the course on research proposal and this normally provides opportunity for initiating and conducting creativity and innovations in research and innovation for sustainable development. And this is what is reflected in innovative research, which I've said has taken the modern world by storm. Then number eight, the course facilitates increased interest in the design and administration of research and innovation for sustainable. And the students who have gone through this, I think they are very competent in conducting their research and so on. And when you look at their documents, they are really professional. Next. Now, what are the things we should consider when we are designing this course and so on? So we can say that generally, this course on research proposals for thesis writing is educational, professional, cultural, technical, and logistical in nature. Therefore, when designing this course in the management of modern research and innovation, these facts must be borne in mind. So the main considerations, one is where there has to be availability of the relevant expertise, which at the moment as I present this paper is very scarce and there are not very many people specialists. Number two, we must consider the nature of research and innovation in practice. What are we using as the practice in the conducted research and innovation? Next. Then we should also consider the nature and the type of operational environment in which we intend to conduct this course, and the facilities and resources available to facilitate this. Then we must also consider the existing attitudes towards research and innovation in the society. Are people very willing, very supportive of this? Then we must also consider the level of investment that is extended to this exercise and so on. Then we must also consider the purpose of designing and conducting this research proposal, thesis writing in higher education. Then we have to consider the emerging issues, which are actually the determinant of any activity we want to do in modern society. Then we must also consider the quality of the learners. Are they the right material for us and so on? Continue. Now, there are challenges, like any other activity we do in academics. Now, the first challenge is the quality and the type of available expertise. As it is now, while this course was approved by African Union in 2019 as a continental course, it has not been adopted and it is not widely being used. Even in our own University of Eldoret, it is only the School of Education, I think, that has this. Then number two is the quality and the amount of facilitation. This thing is very expensive and therefore it requires adequate facilitation in terms of technical support and resource support. Number three, the challenge is the level of investment, or how much resources are actually set aside for this course. And then the nature of the established and conducted education system. Is it the one that lends itself to the development of this? Then the nature and the quality of operational environment, which I've already talked about, whether it is facilitative or conducive, or whether it is deprived or a very harsh environment. Then we must also consider the prevailing attitudes of the society towards this course. Then we also consider what we mentioned earlier on, the emerging issues in education and modern society. And then the other challenge is the established or existing cultural practices in conducting research and innovation for sustainable development in the modern world. Conclusion from this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, these are the conclusions I'm drawing. One is that research proposal and thesis writing is an ideal course for developing and preparing future researchers. Number two is that the course is a major component for designing and administering research and innovation for sustainable development in modern society. And therefore, it is a requirement. Then number three, conclusion is that notwithstanding the challenges we have mentioned, research proposal and thesis writing as an emerging issue in the administration of research and innovation for sustainable development in modern society is a required course that all postgraduate students and novice researchers need to handle. And I think I didn't add this, my recommendation after this, my main recommendation is that this course should be adopted and used by all institutions that have higher education components. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of my presentation. I wish to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Professor Kafu, for your presentation. I'm sure we've been listening keenly, and we have something to share with him at the end. So at this point, let us have Otieno Oyo Kennedy.
This was what I get off. You know, he was presenting. Like.
Hello.
Otieno, we are just sharing your slide.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. Hello.
You continue, please. You have at most 15 minutes.
The sub-theme was emerging issues in education and technology, whereby my title was Education as a Change Management Strategy in Implementation of Teacher Performance Appraisal Development. Introduction. Performance management was rolled out in 2003 by the government so as to help in effective running of public sector. All public performance management was rolled in 2003 by the government so as to help in effective running of public sector. All public officers were put under performance management programs except for teachers. Teachers Service Commission introduced Teachers Performance Appraisal in 2016 for both teachers and head of institutions. Performance appraisal involves an entire process whereby the work of employees are being determined and giving them feedback while creating a conducive environment on performance. That's according to Boleng and Snell 2010. According to researchers and information that we all get from the media, we see that teachers' performance appraisal development causes a lot of friction between the appraisers and appraisees. This is those who are supposed to implement the policies and the policy receivers. Therefore, TSC had to come up with effective change management strategies that will enable TPAD to achieve its objectives in relation to Vision 2030. The ability to manage change is seen by leading organizations as one of the most important forms of competitive advantage. Mueller and episode 2012 states that any successful business needs to carefully balance and align different elements such as strategy, formal organization, critical tasks, people, and culture for a change to be successful. For any successful of a planned change, today's leaders need to create, employees should be ready for the change. Creating this readiness will be known as unfreezing, while in turn, they again commit to develop this change that is moving and behavioral support. After moving, the behavioral support should be there for change. Authentic leaders take decisions with utmost transparency and openness. They have to involve their followers in decision making by taking their viewpoints and making decisions based on true facts and figures after seeking information from all the stakeholders. That's according to Avoli, Griffiths, and Walumbwa, 2010. In recent communicating change in the organization, recent studies about communication show that communication has a positive relationship with numerous organizational outputs like organization commitment, performance, organization citizenship, behavior, and job fulfillment. We see that communication against during organizational change will decrease resistance as various grievances will be addressed earlier. When resistance change level is low in an organization, the change efforts turn out to be more beneficial. Therefore, communication provides a foundation whereby concepts concerning change can be discussed. Reluctant employees can be convinced to embrace change for their personal growth. The purpose of this study was to determine communication as a change management strategy in the implementation of teachers' performance appraisal development in public secondary schools in Kisii Central Sub-County. And the research hypothesis was communication between appraiser and appraisee has no positive significant influence on teachers' performance appraisal development in secondary schools in Kisii Central Sub-County. The methodology, the study adopted a descriptive survey design because it relies on facts on a natural setting rather than modifying the situation. The study was conducted in Kisii Central Sub-County of Kisii County. The sub-county has a population of 166,906 persons per square kilometer, making it one of the most densely populated sub-counties in Kenya for this study. A sample of 15% of the target population of 586 teachers was considered for analysis. This is because Mugenda and Mugenda 2003 recommended that for descriptive sub-studies, 10% or above of the accessible population is enough for the entire study. Therefore, a sample size of 128 was drawn that consisted of 40 principals, 88 teachers, and 40 secondary schools. The data collection technique that was administered in this study was mainly was the use of questionnaires. The validity, at least 13%, 10%, out of the total 88 teachers, the findings, the respondents who participated in the study, 82 participants returned valid questionnaires, which were used for data analysis, giving a response rate of 97.7%, while all 40 principals questionnaires were valid. This implies that an excellent representation, as Mugenda and Mugenda 2003 recommended that a 50% response rate is adequate, 60% is good, while 70% is regarded as excellent. The study findings would therefore be appropriate for generalization. The study participants were asked to indicate their opinion on how appraiser and appraisee communication influenced deeper implementation. The result outcome was as shown, whereby they were asked whether communication reduced resistance, and it was 38.4. There were the new roles. Communication, does it encourage the new roles and obligations, was 20.3%. The modifying of their behavior, was communication going to modify their behavior? That one was also 4.2. Job fulfillment was at 12.1. Standard tippered materials was 20.3, and clear structure and channels at 4.7. Ideally, you'll get that the respondents agreed that communication, all these variables that were being communication variables, they agreed with them that it enhanced change in one way or the other. A two-way cross tabulation of maintenance of TSA professional checklist and benefits of communication. We also looked at the cross-tabulation on how teachers maintained their professional checklist according to TPAD. Majority of the participants, that's 9.4% out of 28.7% who are able to prepare, use, update, and maintain TSC professional checklist, agreed that communication is an effective strategy that helps reduce resistance to TPAD implementation in schools in Kisii Central Sub-County. These results agreed with Munjwa 2012, who established that successful communication decreases change resistance. Change resistance can be decreased through communicating viably to all partners concerned with change. The higher percentage of participants, 71.3%, who did not prepare, use, update, and maintain the TSC professional checklist, did not see any communication positive influence to a clear definition of communication structures and method, nor as a definition of how change will influence their roles and obligations. The conclusion drawn from this study is that there was a linear positive relationship between communication and implementation of teachers' performance appraisal development in Kisii Central. Communication is an integral component of an effective change management strategy. According to 9.4% of teachers who are able to prepare, use, and update and maintain TSC professional checklists, they agree that communication is an effective strategy that helped reduce resistance to TPAD implementation, defined how change will be initiated, enhance job fulfillment, provide standard TPAD communication materials and methods, while at the same time defining clear communication structures and channels. The recommendation, the study recommends that the Ministry of Education and Teachers Service Commission should formulate mechanisms on how to communicate, as communication provides a means through which change concepts are discussed and initiated. Changes should be communicated on time to the right people via right channel to ensure that everyone is on board. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Otieno. Kennedy. I don't know, do we have Modi Joseph already in the meeting? Because we want to know if he's there. And if he's not there, what we can do just to save on time is that we can get back and reflect on the first 4 presentations. That is the one which was done by Isabella, and then followed by the one done by Caroline. There is one for Patrick Kafo, and that is Otieno. So maybe before other people come in, just something that I wanted to ask, the one for Kafo and then the one for Otieno. And the question for Kafo is that what is it that can be done to ensure that this course gets to other institutions in this country and beyond, so that people can tap into the benefits of such a course the way you have articulated. And then on the Otieno is that since the time this study was done and up to now, how is the situation and on aspects of communication in Kisii? Even with the interaction between the audience on the ground and yourself, has it improved with that study you've done? How is the situation on the ground? So maybe the two can respond, and then I can open for others to ask questions which are cutting across the 4 presentations that we've had.
Yes, I think I will begin. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I think there were one way of disseminating this innovation in the research work is through such forums like what we have now. this paper is published and information reaches people, they will actually know. The other one is for us to involve all the institutions that are conducting or administering research work in some sort of forum so that we address it. But the easiest way that this course was supposed to reach out to the rest of the continent was what the African Union adopted in 2019. If it were not for Corona, communication was supposed to come from Addis Ababa. This course is a needed course in preparing the students who are going to pursue research, because it walks the student into the preparation, that is from the design, development, and administration of the research proposals and the thesis or dissertation. So I think one is through a forum like what you have mounted, and therefore the papers should be published and actually shared with other people in the world. Then the other one is where we may have a forum of the people who are conducting this research work, so that we actually examine it as a team, and then perhaps we wait when the Corona goes for the communication from Addis Ababa. The people in Addis Ababa were very much excited by this course, that this will ensure uniformity in designing, developing, and conducting research in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can I have Otieno?
Yes, Prof. The current communication channel is ineffective. It is inefficient in that it cannot reach teachers in masses. The channel moves. This communication channel that exists doesn't reach individual teachers in the ground. You'll get that information just flows from the media, making teachers to resist change. And ideally, they should look on a way that use the digital platforms to reach teachers at individual level, so that in case there is those who are resented, their issues can be ironed out. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Otieno. So let us now hear from the other members, the reactions that you have towards the presentations.
Yes, Chair, I think I also want now to chip in this one for communication. It is important to appreciate one very important thing, that in any communication process, there are always barriers. Which barriers do you foresee in what you are recommending? And I think if they are there, they should be actually captured in your presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Prof. Now, there's something called Monde. Is it Modi? Is Monde Modi? Who is Monde? You can unmute yourself. Okay. Any other member who has something to say on the presentations? Okay, Wycliffe.
Yes, Dr. I also
Yes.
want to comment about communication, especially when it's in reference to Teachers Service Commission. The manner of communication the TSC, for example, has a lot of requirements in terms of document preparation and presentation. This one really makes the task of the teacher more of documentation rather than the performance itself, which it purports to measure. Therefore, I think Mr. Otieno Oyo, I agree with him that the manner of communication really matters on how the performance of a teacher is measured. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Modi, can you talk? Can you admit yourself? Modi. Modi. Yeah, because there's somebody called Monde. We are wondering which person this is. Sometimes somebody can look into another room and not aware of the error that is made. Now, do we have a question on the presentation of Caroline? We had issues on artificial intelligence. And then we had one which was looking at safety skill development in vocational training centers by Isabella. Any reaction on the first two? So members from our end, we want to say thank you so much for being available for this session. And as the team on our end, we've taken note of the reactions that have come in this session. And we are looking forward to having you also in the remaining sessions of the conference this afternoon and tomorrow. I'm sure if we all get time to be available, we'll be able to learn a lot. And probably we should be able to even improve our work as we move forward. So otherwise, thank you from our end, and see you in the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for
The University of Eldoret is a modern university situated approximately 9 kilometers northeast of Eldoret town in Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. Founded in 1946 and converted to a teachers training college in 1984, in 1990 it became Chepkoilel campus of Moi University, offering natural, basic and applied science programs. In August 2010, the campus was upgraded to Chepkoilel University College, a constituent college of Moi University. Upon the award of charter by the President on 11th February 2013, the University College was renamed University of Eldoret. Our vision is a premier university that nurtures global leaders and innovators. Our mission is to provide quality education, training, research and consultancy in science, agriculture and technology to meet the needs and aspirations of a dynamic society. The University of Eldoret is ISO 9001:2015 Quality Management System certified. The university is led by the Chancellor Ambassador Professor Judith Mbula Bahemuka, who is the titular head of the university, the council comprising of the chairperson and members, and the University Management Board led by the Vice Chancellor Professor Teresa Akenga. The other members comprise of Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and Student Affairs Professor Ruth Otunga, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration and Finance Professor Wilson Ngetich, Deputy Vice Chancellor Planning, Research and Extension Professor Philip Raburu, the Registrar Academics Professor Paul Taruz, Acting Registrar Administration CPA Francis Ikapel, Registrar Planning Dr. Benjamin Mwasi, Acting Finance Officer CPA Ereu Totona, and Senior Legal Officer Mr. Stephen Anditi. University of Eldoret is science, agriculture and technology based and has grown steadily from the initial schools of forestry and science to the current 9 schools with 34 academic departments. The schools are led by a team of deans who also provide academic leadership and management of the faculty. They include Dr. Oliver Kiplagat, Acting Dean, School of Agriculture and Biotechnology, Professor Robert Otuya, Dean, School of Business and Management Sciences, Dr. Paul Odwori, Dean, School of Economics, Professor Kisilu Kitainge, Dean, School of Education, Dr. Julius Kolongei, Dean, School of Engineering, Professor Gelas Simiu, Dean, School of Environmental Studies, Dr. Jacob Onyango, Acting Dean, School of Human Resource Development, Professor Boaz Kaunda Arara, Dean, School of Natural Resource Management, Professor Samuel Luta, Dean, School of Science, and the Dean of Students, Dr. Lelei Kiboi.
This is one of the big schools in the University of Eldoret with several programs covering all the fields in agriculture, both at undergraduate level and postgraduate level. Also, we have some diploma programs. We strive to be a center of excellence in agriculture, as our vision is to be a center of excellence locally and globally in agricultural sciences, technology development, and transfer. We have a total of 6 departments within the school, which are under the dean. So we have a wide range of courses, and our students are not limited to work in agriculture, although most of them work in agriculture, but we have other options which are not traditionally agricultural enterprises, but nowadays employ our students.
The School of Education is the largest school at the University of Eldoret. We serve about 50% of the total student population. The school is housed at the main campus in the education complex and also at the town campus located at Musco Towers opposite Sirikwa Hotel, Eldoret town. The School of Education is organized in 8 departments. We at the School of Education prepare teachers and trainers to be employed by the Teachers Service Commission and the Public Service for Technical and Vocational Education teachers. Our graduates go into industry and private practice. The School of Education programs are highly popular due to the many avenues for employment after undertaking the courses. Graduates can go into teaching, they can go into industry for technology education, and also some establish their own businesses.
The School of Engineering. The School of Engineering was founded in 2011 with 3 departments which are fully accredited by Engineers Board of Kenya. The first department is Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering. The second department is Civil and Structural Engineering. And the third department is Mechanical and Production Engineering. All the above 3 programs ran for 5 years. The School of Engineering has actually a number of unique strengths. The first one is that we have qualified and dedicated staff with varied experiences in different fields of engineering. Secondly, our programs are marketable, both at graduate and undergraduate level. We also have excellent teamwork among academic and technical support staff and also with students. We also have good cooperation and networks with neighboring institutions, industries, and other stakeholders. Without also forgetting, we are also located in a serene environment next to a fast-growing city. The School of Engineering has 4 administrative units. Mainly, apart from the 3 departments I have mentioned, we also have the school.
The University of Eldoret is a modern university situated approximately 9 kilometers northeast of Eldoret town in Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. Founded in 1946 and converted to a teachers training college in 1984, in 1990 it became Chepkoilel campus of Moi University, offering natural, basic and applied science programs. In August 2010, the campus was upgraded to Chepkoilel University College, a constituent college of Moi University. Upon the award of charter by the President on 11th February 2013, the University College was renamed University of Eldoret. Our vision is a premier university that nurtures global leaders and innovators. Our mission is to provide quality education, training, research and consultancy in science, agriculture and technology to meet the needs and aspirations of a dynamic society. The University of Eldoret is ISO 9001:2015 Quality Management.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. I think we want to start. I would wish to bring to our attention that we are in session number 4. The sub-theme for this session is Sustainable Development of Natural Resources, room number 4. I'll be chairing the session. My name is Professor Luther, and our rapporteur is Miss Angeline Wawuda. So I welcome each one of us to this session. We have quite a number of presentations to go through. So I'll request that we try to save time. Now, for the purpose of organizing ourselves, we would wish to know if the following presenters are there. I can see Edwin is there. So Edwin is there. Is Mokoro there?
Yes, I'm there. Edwin is there.
Good. And then Melvin Otieno. Melvin Otieno, Andrew Marriott, and Odipo Osano. Okay. Edwin, Hilda Chepleting. Hilda Chepleting. Kiplagat Joan. Salia Sharif. Kiplimo. Kiplimo is there. Hello.
Salia is there.
Recording in progress.
Okay. So I think maybe what we'll do, we'll just go systematically. If somebody is not there, then we'll skip and go to the next presenter. So I think each of us have been given 15 minutes. For the purpose of managing time, I request that we present in at most 13 minutes, and then you leave about 2 minutes for questions. And I'll encourage this session to be very interactive. Kindly let us ask questions, let us make comments, so that it's not just a case where somebody presents and stop and then the discussion ends there. Okay, so sorry, I think I've been corrected a bit because of time management. We will reserve the last minutes for questions, and that one now will ask that each one of us, after presenting, please hang on, so that when a question is asked, you should be able to answer. So each one of us has been given 15 minutes. I think that one is totally for presentation. And I would want us, please, to stick to time, because if you don't stick to time, we will just have to disconnect you. So let's start with the first presenter. Our first presenter is Edwin Nyongo. He's a co-author of an article titled Assessment of Tropic State and Water Quality of Lake Victoria, Kenya, using multivariate techniques. So Edwin Nyongo, you have 15 minutes.
And thank you for the time. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Edwin Nyongo from the University of Eldoret. I'd wish to give my presentation on the assessment of tropic state and water quality of Lake Naivasha in Kenya using multivariate techniques. My supervisors for this work are listed. So just by introduction, Lake Naivasha is a very important resource in our country, Kenya, as it provides a source of livelihood in form of fish, water, employment, and some other opportunities as listed here. However, the lake has become degraded due to the pollution which comes from different sources, as listed from settlements, agricultural runoff, and even from watershed. So these threats have really degraded the lake until now. The state has changed from the lagotrophic to the eutrophic state, has been reported by previous researchers in the lake, like Kitaka and Wong. So as a result, it is very important to monitor the lake water quality, which is very useful in management purposes. Next. So the main objectives in this study was to assess the water quality, majorly based on the physical-chemical parameters and using the multivariate statistical techniques. And further, we also looked at the trophic state using the Carlson Trophic State Index. Next. So this is the study area showing Lake Naivasha, where it's located, and the sampling locations. As we can see here, there were 8 locations from Crescent to the Korongo. So next slide. So this slide gives the description of the study sites as to why these sites were selected for sampling. So as you can see from the Crescent Island to Korongo, the Crescent Island is the isolated part, which is the deepest part. Karachi River mouth receives water from the catchment area, so this could really impact on its water quality. The Malewa River mouth also receives water from the agricultural area. Mid-Lake is somehow least influenced by the anthropogenic activities. All the way the descriptions are listed here up to, you can see Korongo is characterized by water hyacinth. So these are parameters that informed selection of these sites. Next. The water sampling and analysis of this study was conducted during December 2019 to May 2020, and sampling was done fortnightly. However, there are water samples that were preserved and taken to the laboratory for analysis of nutrients. So it's noteworthy that December to February were considered a dry season, whereas March to May were wet season based on the seasonality of Lake Naivasha. So this table summarizes how each parameter was measured or analyzed. Next. So to determine the trophic state, as I mentioned in the introduction, here we use the Carlson Trophic State Index. So the Carlson Trophic State Index is based on 3 parameters. There is that for phosphorus, circuit depth, and chlorophyll A, as you can see from equation 1 to 3. And now the Carlson Trophic State Index is the average of these 3 indices. It's also good to note that the TSI values, which ranges from less than 40, is considered oligotrophic. Mesotrophic runs from 40 to 50, eutrophic is 50 to 70. And if the TS value is greater than 70, then it's considered hypertrophic. Next. Statistical analysis, because there is site and season, so I used to weigh another to see the interaction of site and season. So this was a factor. And 2, where there was no site difference, the data was pulled to compare now the variation by season. So here we used a 2-sample t-test. And the PCA was also used to describe the spatial mutational variation in water quality and nutrient variable. Clustering was done using the CA analysis, and also a Bayesian correlation was performed to see how the water quality correlate to each other. And further effect analysis was also done based on the findings of Acheng and Thrasher Kazama 2007. Next. So these are the results of the physical-chemical variables, site variation. So actually there was a statistically significant interaction between the effect of site and season and the water quality. But we can see that the Crescent, that is the CRT, had the highest circuit depth, highest electrical conductivity, and lowest stability, while the Malewa River mouth had the lowest circuit depth, electrical conductivity, and highest stability. And also significant difference in pH was observed spatially, with the highest and the lowest values recorded at Hippo Point and Malewa River mouth respectively. It's good to note that Karachi River mouth had the highest mean chlorophyll A concentration, whereas Hippo Point and Malewa recorded the lowest mean values of this chlorophyll A. So as I said, these sites are impacted differently, like the Malewa River mouth and the Karachi River mouth are impacted by the influx of nutrients and sediments during the rainy season. Next slide. This is now a comparison of these water quality parameters and nutrient variables based on season. as I mentioned, using the two sample t-test. So what is not what here is that there was a significant seasonal variation with respect to Secchi depth, total phosphorus, total nitrogen, ammonium, and chlorophyll A. Again, you can see that total phosphorus, total nitrogen, and ammonium were higher during the wet season, while Secchi depth and chlorophyll A were higher during the dry season. So as I mentioned previously, these nutrients, they tend to be high during the wet season because of the influx during the rainy season from the agricultural sentiments around the lake. But during the dry season, we can see there is a high chlorophyll A because of the favorable temperature conditions and the availability of light for the photosynthesis. Next slide. So this is a PCA analysis, and from this PCA, a total of 5 PCA are going to come out from these study sets, and this cumulatively explained up to 65% of the variation. But what can be noted in figure 3A here is that Malewa River mouth was strongly influenced by total nitrogen, total phosphate, and turbidity. And also seasonally, we can see that during the wet season, it was majorly characterized with total nitrogen, total phosphorus, turbidity, ammonium, nitrogen, whereas dry season was mainly influenced by pH, Secchi depth, and what is this? Yeah, next slide. Next slide.
Just a moment, let's, okay.
Okay, so we further did a cluster analysis to group these sampling sites based on the site and the season. So it is evident here that the sites that were sampled both during dry and wet season could be clustered into 3 groups. And the cluster 1, we can see that crescent is distinct and has been clustered independently. And then another interesting thing is that most of the sites that were sampling during the dry wet seasons were clustered together. And also those sampled during the dry seasons tended to be clustered together with a few variations. Next. We did a correlation analysis of the physicochemical variables. And it's good to note that total nitrogen had positive correlation with ammonium, nitrogen, and nitrate. So this implies that ammonium, nitrogen, and nitrate could be the major contributor of total nitrogen in this lake. pH also exhibited a negative correlation with the nutrient parameters, as can be seen. So the negative correlation between DO and nitrate could be probably a result of the nitrification process. Further, Secchi depth also had a negative correlation with ammonium nitrate. Next. So I did a factor analysis to identify the pollution sources, and this was done for each season, both dry and wet season. So let us see what each factor tells us about the pollution sources. So factor 1, which has strong positive loadings of TN nitrate and ammonium, and turbidity with negative loadings of pH, this could indicate the variability in pollution sources that comes into the lake. Whereas factor 2, which has strong positive loading of electrical conductivity, Secchi depth, and negative loading of DO, this could be an indicative of sediment pollution. So factor 4, with the strong positive loading of Secchi depth, TN, TP, and chlorophyll A, temperature indicate nutrient pollution. And lastly, a factor 4, as you can see here, has a positive loading of pH and chlorophyll A with moderate negative loading of turbidity. So this is an indication of both nutrient and sediment pollution into the lake. And next, so these figures are showing us the trophic state variation in the lake with respect to site variation and months in terms of seasons, as I mentioned in the methods. So generally, we can see that the trophic state index with respect to Secchi depth was high in most sites, particularly at Malewa River mouth. I said Malewa River mouth has the influence of new sediments coming in, and that increase the turbidity and the sediment concentration in that point. But the TSI for chlorophyll A was high at Karati River mouth. However, the Collison Trophic State Index, which I said is an average of 3 indices, did not vary much between the sites. Now, with respect to the seasons, also we can see that the trophic index with respect to Seki depth and also total phosphorus and the CTSI were high in May during the wet season. Next. So if I compare this work with the previous studies that have been done in Lake Naivasha, and we find that if we look at Seki depth, we can see that our findings are quite lower compared to those of Ndungu, who did a recent work in Lake Naivasha. So this tells us that the lake has become more turbid. That is why we have low Seki depth. And also with respect to total phosphorus, we can see that the total phosphorus are relatively higher compared to the work of Murakaru that was done in 2010. So this tells us that there's a lot of now phosphorus coming into the lake compared to the previous work. In addition to that, we can also see a nitrate also tends to be higher compared to the previous studies. However, for the chlorophyll A is relatively comparable to the work of Murakaru, but slightly lower than findings of Ndungu in 2014. Next slide. So in conclusion, we can see that the lake recorded low Seki transparently and high levels of turbidity, TN, ammonium nitrogen, nitrate nitrogen, and TP during the wet season, as I explained. And also this was observed at Malewa and Karati River mouth, while chlorophyll A were comparatively high during the dry season. Another conclusion that we can derive from this study is that the cluster analysis was able to group the sites into 3 clusters based on the spatial and the seasonal variation, as we saw in the cluster result. So cluster A, as I said, comprised of isolated crescent islands, while cluster 2 and 3 consisted mostly of sites that were sampled during wet and dry seasons, respectively. So PCA findings suggest a stronger seasonal effect than the spatial effect on the physicochemical and nutrient variation in this lake. So, and then also factor analysis identified pollutants as sediments, nutrients, and organic pollution, which originate from surface runoff, agricultural activities, industrial and the domestic effluents surrounding the lake ecosystem. And lastly, the lake was classified as eutrophic with respect to total phosphorus and chlorophyll A. But if you consider Seki depth, the lake was somehow exhibited a hypertrophic status, and this happened particularly during the rainy season, and specifically at Malewa River mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Yongo. I think you have kept time, and I expect the other presenters also to do the same. I'll request that if some of us have questions, you can also type on the side chat, and then we'll try to extract the same and ask during the question session. So we request that you don't leave. We have agreed that we do all the presentations, and then we'll give ourselves 15 minutes towards the end to answer questions, which will be addressed by all the speakers of the day. So thank you. We appreciate Yongo for that good presentation. We serve the comments and the questions to the end of the session. So we go to the next presenter, and I request that the presenter also keeps time. So do we have is Mokoro in the house? Melvin Otieno?
Yes, I'm here.
Who is that one? Melvin Otieno?
Yes, Melvin
Okay.
Otieno.
Okay, so I think you will be the next presenter.
Okay, if I can be allowed to share my screen, please.
Or you want to be made a presenter? You want to share the slides by yourself?
Yes.
Just a moment. Hello, Melvin. Hello, Melvin.
No, I don't know if you can see my screen now.
But we'll also request that you send us the slides for our own records.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think after presenting, kindly just send to the email that was provided. But we have made you
Okay.
the presenter, so you can start presenting. You have 15 minutes. Welcome,
Okay.
Melvin.
Thank you so much. I'm Melvin Otieno, and I'll be presenting on nutritional content of formulated feeds and in situ based feeds of aquaculture fish in the Winam Gulf of Lake Victoria Basin. And my supervisors were Dr. Andrew Marriott and Professor Dipo Sano. Thank you. So feeds are critical to the success of aquaculture in the Lake Victoria region. And these feeds are derived from either the plants or animals within Lake Victoria ecosystem. That some of them are commercially manufactured. So we have also the commercial feeds. And aquaculture has a potential to address the food insecurity, and improve the socio-economic challenges faced by the riparian communities who rely on the lake's natural resources. So the aquaculture farmers are addressing the fish feed challenges by using the locally sourced in situ feeds, but without knowing their nutritional content. So through this research, you'll be able to find out that the quality and the element content of in situ feeds and commercial feeds were compared, and the element level from these feeds and the effect on the quality of aquaculture were also estimated. So you find out that there is plenty evidence of malnutrition rates in the Winam Gulf, and more people are now eating tilapia than before. And you find out that the kelge, tilapia, and wild tilapia feeds on different and variety of meals on the main sources of dietary. So the wholesomeness of these are being affected. And with regard to availability of nutrients, especially the selenium and zinc in the flesh, which is often ignored, are really affecting the quality of fish in Africa, so resulting to food insecurity. So for example, you find out that Caridina nilotica is now commercialized, and Omena, on the other case, is the most small pelagic fish species, which act as a food for the fish and also food for human consumption. So you find out that more people countrywide, since they're eating a lot of tilapia, the feed supply to the cage farmers may support also the development of fish without improving the standard quality of the flesh in terms of value of their body mineral content and so on. So my justification was that, as we all know, that Lake Victoria is known to be the world's largest tropical fresh lake, supplying both huge populations and further locally and commercially caught fish. And the omena is a good source for protein and also critical that helps food security and nutrition, as I mentioned earlier. So you find out that considerable number of poor cage farmers usually use another locally sourced, that is the Caridina niloticus, while the financially secure ones tend to import the commercial compounds that include the fish pellets and so on. So you find out that aquaculture practice can either introduce good quality or compromise the quality of fish for human consumption, depending on the feeds used. So an understanding of the advantages of this use in situ based diets as opposed to the commercial feeds were investigated. So the main objective is to determine the differences of the trace element of fish feeds and their effects on nutritional quality of aquaculture fish for human consumption. And we specifically founded, we were comparing the concentrations of potentially toxic elements and also the essential elements in these fish feeds. And also we were establishing the suit nutritional elements of and also the potentially toxic elements present in the dietary already market. And also we were determining any spatial differences in the mineral content or any harmful metals among the different aquaculture cages in the Lake Victoria. So those are my hypotheses. I will not go through it, though they were tested for these experimental study designs for the effect of feeds on mineral content of the cage fish and the wild fish in the Winam Gulf. So for the methodology, the sampling sites were defined using the GPS and also using a mobile application maps.me to come up with the sampling points where we were collecting our fish feeds. And that's a map of Kenya and Lake Victoria Basin where we were, the Winam Gulf where we were sampling the fish feeds. So that's the map. So you find out that feeds were collected from at least 3 feeds vendors or local aquaculture farmers and prepared at the biotechnology lab at our university. And some of the adult and mature wild fish in the Nile tilapia of the cage were deliberately caught to obtain the requisite amount of fish muscle. So we were looking into the elements in the fish muscles as well. And then we analyzed the data at British Geological Survey using an inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer. And the trace elements that we are looking, some of the trace elements included the selenium, zinc, cobalt, iron, and so on. And also we were comparing it to the toxic elements like lead, mercury, and cadmium. So the first picture shows how the Caridina niloticus looks. That's the lake shrimp and the omena. And then also comparing it with the commercial pellets. So these were us doing collecting the commercial pellets from the commercial farmers, as in from the fish farmers that are practicing caging. So for my results in discussion, you'll see that, for example, zinc was higher in omena as compared to the Caridina niloticus, and also the in situ based feed components have a great potential to provide mineral required in the feeds of the cage fish, and they contain comparably mineral contents, except in some cases which have much higher key mineral components like the manganese and iron. And if you look into table 2, you find out, for instance, the Caridina niloticus, which is highly abundant in the lake, were higher at in aluminium and also in lead. So if you look at the table shown, you find that aluminium was quite high and also lead in the lake shrimp as compared to omena or these other formulated feeds. So we were also comparing the essential we were looking into essential micronutrients in feeds and also the macronutrients. So we found out that different feeds contain comparable mineral content for omena, shrimp, and pellets, and it was more viable in pellets in the micronutrient level. So if you look at omena and shrimp, it had high levels of calcium and iron, and you find out that these in situ based feeds are comparable to the other one, the commercial feeds. And also, if you look at this box plot, find out that Caridina niloticus is highly abundant. And for instance, you find out if you look at elevated levels of aluminium, chromium, and lead were observed to be higher in the Caridina niloticus. So, So you find out that due to broad, for example, due to broad non-point and point nutrients inputs in the Lake Victoria ecosystem, as a result of eutrophication and also maybe prolonged cyanobacteria, you find out that it results to reducing water quality and ecosystem functioning. So this study used the data on nutrient variables to especially the PTEs and also the essential elements, both the micronutrients and macronutrients, to characterize the spatial trends in order to better understand also the influence of the lake conditions and its factors to the environment. So if you also look at the fish muscles comparison, you find out that in the cage fish and the wild fish revealed no significant difference in the levels of microelements in their muscles tissues, and also the macro element levels of calcium and phosphorus were significantly higher in the muscle tissue as compared of the cage one as compared to the wild one. So for this one, we were also looking at the concentrations of the toxic metals in cage and wild, which were sort of similar in some instances, but some metal levels were elevated in the wild fish, but were not significantly different. So they had a few differences, as you can look from, for example, in arsenic and also, in arsenic compared to chromium as well. They have like less differences. So when you compare, when we're looking also at spatial differences, when you look at this diagram, you find out that, for example, the open lake was proven to represent zones of greater micronutrients concentrations, for example, in silicon and also in zinc. And if you compare it to the closed lake zones, for example, you find out that this had also cross correlations that are significant, and we thought that this could be owing to nutrient inputs to the lake environment, which act upon a critical role in their production, with the consequences for fisheries and water quality, and also maybe due to recreational aspects in the lake. And Lake Victoria has been described as eutrophic because it contains lots of algal bloom with significant previous ecosystem alterations caused by, let's say, the fish species invasion. So particularly in the lake, in the tilapias. So this is also the comparison of the lake shrimp in closed and open Lake Victoria. And if you look at aluminium, it had higher levels of aluminium in closed lake in Omena as compared to the open lake. So in conclusion, there is potential to use in situ product, that is Caridiana niloticas and Restiombola gintia, as sustainable feed source for aquaculture in the lake. And our study presents a possible sustainable means of solving access to in situ feeds in the lake of aquaculture farmers. And aquaculture offers a potential to address food security and hidden hunger issues among the rapidly growing human population that suffers malnutrition, hunger, joblessness, and disease in Kenya. So in the foreseeable future, aquaculture will contribute to a bigger share of protein diet in developing countries. And this study has found that fish contain a lot of selenium, which is vital micronutrients, and also PTE such as mercury are a bit lower in the fish muscles, but more monitoring is needed to confirm the full extent of the problem to the entire Lake Victoria. So some of the recommendations that we came up were that more in-depth investigation of fish and fish feed sector, as well as the domestic level, be undertaken in order to fully understand how numerous aspects addressed in this study interact with one another and amount of their impact of food security. And also, based on the feed ingredient availability and mineral content concentration level, the in situ based feeds are potential competitors with the formulated fish feeds, as they are also the most promising source of animal diets. And also we encourage the local farmers to use more often the in situ based feeds, that's omena and the lake shrimps, as together with the formulated feeds to add nutrients, the cage fish for human consumption. Thank you so much for listening. I will stop there.
Okay, again, Marlene, thank you. Thank you for the good presentation. And also thank you for keeping time. So I think as it had applied to the earlier presenter, we will reserve our questions, or you can type them on the side chat so that the rapporteur can get the questions. which will be asked after all the presenters have given their talks. We'll go to the next presenter. So is Hilda Chepleting there? Hilda Chepleting?
Yes, Prof, I'm present.
Okay. So
Yes.
I think you are our next speaker. I'll request that just like the other two presenters, kindly stay within the 15 minutes given, and then we'll have questions later. I'll continue asking each one of us not to leave the meeting so that we can have interactive sessions after this. So let's just give us a few minutes to organize the slides of Hildad. Oh, so you want to share your slides, or you want us to do it from this end?
It's okay. I can.
Okay,
so let's share. It's okay.
Okay, so we'll make you the host for the time being. You present, and then we shall take away that right from you once you have presented. Okay. But we'll still need your slides, for our own records. It's okay, Hilda.
Yeah. Okay.
Kindly, and even
Yes.
Melvin, kindly send your slides.
Sure, I'll send.
Okay. So I think, Hilda, you can go ahead. You have been made a presenter or a host for that matter. You can share your slides.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. Can I start?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Hilda Chepleting, together with Dr. Josephine Mulei, Dr. James Barasa, Dr. Emily Chemoyo, and Dr. James Wanga, who are my supervisors. I did a research, and I'm presenting on the influence of water physicochemical variables on enteromias fish species in dams within Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. This is the fish. This is just a sample of the enteromias fish species that I did a study on. Biodiversity in freshwater ecosystem is under threat due to human activities and a combination of multiple stresses. Therefore, physicochemical, biological diversity are actually important to the health of an aquatic ecosystem. And these are rivers, dams, as stated by Masese. The enteromias fish are widely distributed group of freshwater fishes in Africa, whose taxonomy and the role the environment plays on them is yet to be resolved. And that is why I chose to do this research. With the changing biophysical environment in the catchment, the degree to which biodiversity and ecosystem and functioning dams have been affected is largely unknown, but of concern. So studies are needed to evaluate diversity, distribution, and population characteristics of fishes to determine the full extent of these human activities on aquatic biodiversity. Therefore, this study evaluated various environmental variables in some selected dams within Uasin Gishu County and assessed how these variables influence the enteromias fish species in those dams. The general objective was to assess variation in water physicochemical variables and how in turn that variation influenced the distribution and abundance of enteromias fish species in the selected dams within Uasin Gishu County. The specific objectives were, number one, to determine spatial variation in water quality, physicochemical variables in those selected dams in Uasin Gishu County. The second one was to determine spatial patterns of enteromias fish composition and diversity in selected dams within Uasin Gishu County. And lastly was to evaluate the influence of water quality, physicochemical variables on heterogeneous fish diversity and composition within the selected dams in Uasin Gishu County. As introduced, my study, I did it in Uasin Gishu County, and I selected 8 dams depending on their location and the human activities around them. So the sampled dams were Sururiet Dam, Cheposom Dam, Elegreen, Saina, Kerita, Keses, Usalama, and Ziwa Dam. Water quality sampling, physicochemical, water parameters, DOPH, temperature, turbidity, salinity were measured in situ using a multimeter probe, which was calibrated prior to fish sampling. And water column nutrient analysis were determined using standard colorimetric methods. TSS filtration of water samples were dried at 60 degrees for 72 hours to constant weight using analytical balance, that is for water quality. Fish sampling. Fish was sampled by a combination of gill netting, backpack, and electrofisher from Chem-Free and Sains. Captured fish were kept in buckets, which were filled with dam water until they were identified. There, we were able to count the fish, measure their length and weight, and the samples of enteromias species were identified using the keys, Fraser keys, and also we had technicians from Chem-Free Kisumu who assisted us in identifying the fish, that the enteromias species. There, a sample of each species was preserved in 75% ethanol for confirmation of species identification in the lab, and the remaining fish were returned to the point of capture. Those that were not, fish species that were not enteromias. And so this is just a sample of how we collected those fish in the dam. After collection of the fish samples, the tissues were actually, this is how the fish were collected, sorry. Of course, data analysis, a one-way ANOVA was used to test for significant difference in water quality variables among the dams. Species occurrence and distribution also summarized for each dam using the number of species, total number of individual, biomass, and relative abundance of each species. Several diversity indices are also calculated for each dam by summing species-specific abundance across the dams. Pearson correlation analysis also used to check the relationship between water quality and fish community attributes. The result, all variables actually varied across all the sites in most of these dams, but it was noted that Ziwa Dam actually recorded higher levels, and as my conclusion, this could be attributed to human activities around the dam, where there was a lot of farming and there was a lot of fishing activity. And Kipsaina and Sururiet Dam recorded lower levels because there was not much activities within those dams. This is the data on variation of these physical chemical variables in the sample dams, that is Sururiet, Cheposom, Elegreen, Kapsaina, Kerita, Keses, Salama, and Ziwa Dam. The water quality variation in those physical chemical parameters. Fish distribution actually across the dams was as follows. Sururiet had enteromias, yonge, paludinosis, Cheposom had sarcops, Elegreen were the numeri, Saina had a variety, that is a pleogramma, numeri, and paludinosis. Kerita had numeri, Keses, we found a pleogramma in Dusalama, we found the sarcops and numeri. Ziwa Dam had Numeri and paludinosis. Enteromias numeri was actually the most widespread fish species, with Kipsaina having several species. This could be, there was not much activities in Kipsaina Dam, and this could be attributed to the good water quality and reduced human activities, meaning that that is why there were at least quite a number of species there. And this is a graph on fish species distribution and relative abundance of the fish species. All the fish had a good condition factor, with the most distributed and abundant being Numeri, having high mean weight and length due to studies. Numeri actually, studies have been done that it has an ability to withstand a wide range of environmental variables as compared to the other species of Enteromias. This is the table on condition factor. Kipsaina Dam actually had higher taxa, diversity, and yield number. This could be attributed, as I'd say, to the good environmental condition. And that dam had reduced human activities. Community diversity indices for those dams is there is dissolved oxygen, that is water quality, was positively correlated to SACOPs, whereas salinity, conductivity, and nitrates were negatively correlated. Turbidity was positively related to Numeri and negatively related to Yongey. Nitrates was positively correlated to paludinosis, and there was a change in water quality and environmental variables realized actually affected fish distribution, with the classical cases on Kipsaina Dam having more species, and the nature, we could actually talk of the good water quality and high distribution, and Ziwa Dam having the lowest number of species in this could be attributed actually to the low water quality. So that shows some relationship of water quality with distribution of these Enteromia species in those dams within Uasin Gishu County. This is a table on Pearson correlation analysis among community with water quality variables. So from this study, it showed actually that those dams with the limited human activities had at least higher number of species of these fish, and the dams with a lot of human activities meant that these fish are actually affected by the water quality. And so as I was doing this study, we had worked together with the county government fishery personnel. And currently, Uasin Gishu County is actually working on these dams. They are supplying the dams with fish, that is tilapia. So this study will actually help them to be able to know the status of the dams and help them improve on the status of the dams, because I could see that they are actually working on these dams, because fish currently is consumed so much within. As we were going around, we would find people around the communities also doing the fishing, and currently the county government of Uasin Gishu is actually taking over. These are just collected fish samples at the zoo, which are now at the zoology lab, University of Eldoret. This is how we did when we were doing the fish sampling in the field. I'd like to acknowledge God for enabling us, of course, to do this work. The University Research Fund, the NRF, that is the National Research Fund, family and colleagues, the fisher community around the dams, and the University of Eldoret. Thank you for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you, Marlene, for Melvin. Sorry for that.
Hilda, sorry, Prof.
Sorry, Hilda, for the presentation.
Thank
And also, again, thank you for keeping time.
Okay.
We'll go to the next presenter. Is Kiplagat Joan there? Kiplagat Joan? Okay, Salia Sheriff, I think I heard you announcing your presence. Salia?
Yes.
Okay, so I think Salia will give you a chance to present your work. Also, for the other presenters, we'll give you 15 minutes. So do you...
Hello, I'm getting you.
Hello, Salia, you're getting me?
Yes, I'm getting you.
So you are the next presenter.
Are you projecting? Because I submitted the slides.
Oh, you want us to project for you? We can do that.
Yeah, if you can, or if you want me to do it, it's no problem. Anyone is okay.
We can do for you, and then just guide us. Just tell us next slide, like that. So we are starting.
Okay.
Yeah, just a moment, we are setting ourselves up.
Okay.
No, we are doing for him. Yeah, we are doing it for him, so I think it's okay. I think Angeline can share, can move. Okay, Salia, can you see the slides?
Yes, I'm seeing.
Okay, so I think it's all yours. 15 or less minutes.
Okay.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Salia Sheriff, postgraduate student at the University of Eldoret, and pursuing a PhD in environmental health. And my supervisors are Professor Gila Simiu, Dr. Lesa Matasio, and Doris. This presentation is part of my overall research work, and this particular objectives focuses on in vitro bioaccessibility and the spatial distributions of potentially toxic elements in agricultural soil from selected areas in Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. Next slide. Currently, yes, that's the background of these objectives. Currently, there is a global call for food and national security. And as per the UN 2022 report on zero hunger by 2030 under the Sustainable Development Goals, it has been estimated that additional 150 million people will be hungry by 2030 instead than the previous 639 million people. And these are mainly due to COVID, as we are all aware, COVID and global conflicts and the war in Russia and other places, and then forced displacement due to environmental factors. And this means that the United Nations are putting efforts for large-scale agricultural production, which also involves more use of fertilizers, pesticides, and other agrochemicals. And as we are aware, the more we use agrochemicals, mostly fertilizers that are inorganic based, they increase the level of potentially toxic matter in the environment. Let's continue, please. And with increased potential heavy metal level, or we call toxic metal level in the soil, they also come from what we call deposition. and get into the environment for industrial activities. They also come from a sludge that we use maybe in organic farming. And when they are rainfall from our activities around, there's a huge citation or transportations of those heavy metal-based substances that are taken to farm areas. And when heavy metals are moved in the soil, they lead to what we call bioaccumulations in plant, and they get concentrated. Once they are concentrated, then they are able to cause what we call bioaccessibility or relative bioavailability into the system as we get exposed to this soil. And this leads to health and ecological risks. Then people get exposed, and once we are exposed, it means we can get these soils, this polluted soil, maybe through our skins, through oral injection, maybe by accident or intentionally for kids. We can also get it through inhalation for dust from these farm areas. And once we get them, they also go into our system. With continued exposure, what we call chronic exposure, this lead to cancers, especially for the case of some of these heavy metals or what we call potentially toxic metal. And they also increase or enhances underlying health complications. And therefore, to measure the bioavailability, like that is what % of these heavy metals gets into our system whenever we are exposed to them or when they get into our body. Maybe we eat them or we get exposed to them, they get into our skin. 1% of it gets into the circulation or bloodstream that targets our organs. So to measure that is always a challenge, maybe using in vivo to consider ethical issues and things. So in vitro bioaccessibility is a simulation of what we call in vivo bioavailability of potentially toxic metal, which we have used in this study to determine exposure of people. This is the graphical abstract of everything we are discussing. We have sources of the potential heavy metals. They are both natural and anthropogenic activity, particularly with farm activities. Once they get there, they are getting to the soil. And once they are growing to the soil, there are two pathways. One is we can grow plants that are eaten by animals, and we subsequently eat those animals. And then so the heavy metal gets into our system. Another pathway is we grow them into crops, and the bioaccumulate and bioconcentrate into the crops. And subsequently, once we eat those crops, the heavy metal gets into our system. And so once they get into our system, we need to know what % of it is affecting us, and how do we get a problem from them. Next. Generally, this objective, like we say, is an objective, and the method for this was we collected the soil sample, mainly from Wasilisho area, Muiben, Ziwa, Naibiri, Kushen. These are places we visited, and we collected the soil sample randomly from each farms, and then we composite the samples and we sub-sample from there. And then we dry the we take the sub-sample to the lab, the University of the Eldoret lab, and the biotechnology lab. We dry them, we sieve them using 2 millimeter mesh wire, and then the samples are digested using nitric acid and hydrochloric acid. In a case of our case where we expected mercury, we also use perchloric acid. And then the samples were digested using microwave assisted digester, and the samples are analyzed, the extract, and then are analyzed using RCPMS. Next. So we are looking at two things: how widely distributed are those potentially toxic metal in the soil, especially in these farm areas, and what % of those ones affect us. So we are looking at spatial distribution, and we are looking at in vitro bioaccessibility. For the in vitro bioaccessibility, we adopted the US EPA method 1340. This method is used to determine relative bioavailability, which we are also calling in vitro bioaccessibility of the heavy metals. It involves, like, it is an extraction method where you use glassing to extract the potential toxic metal in the soil, and we regularize the temperature, the pH using hydrochloric acid. Then these extracts are taken and expressed over the total concentration as per this formula to determine the percent bow accessibility. Next, please. Next. So for the spatial distribution, we are all aware, like, it's not easy sometimes to assess every bit and single point of soil sample in a big farms and in large research of this kind. So usually what we do, we take GPS coordinates using this and get the coordinates of the sampling points randomly. And then these sampling points, we take them and put them into Excel using the longitude, latitude, that is global positioning system, and then they are extracted into ArcGIS. We did the same for the pH of those places because we know pH is a factor to the availability of potentially toxic elements. So we take that and we do, and then we use a method called inverse distance weighting interpolation techniques to be able to model to what extent these potentially toxic metals are within the vicinity of the sampling points. So from one sampling point to another, up to 20 to 30 kilometers away from where we have sampled, what is the trend of the potentially toxic metals, and the same is with the pH. This is where we did the sampling from. Go ahead. Okay, I'm sorry to see that the map got distorted when it was being copied and pasted, but you can see where there are those red stars. These are the places where we sample. There's Ziwa, there is Moiben, there is Naibiri, there's Kushen, and there are different spots within those places. Yes, yes. Okay, these are the results when we did the study. Like you said, you saw in the map, S1 is Kaprobu 1, Moiben 1, Moiben 2, Ziwa 1, Ziwa 2, and like that. These are the value, and these are the potential toxic metals we were evaluating. These are the sampling points that were used to do the interpolations of the spatial distribution maps. Yeah, and you can see from this result that lead recorded highest, and you also see that that was followed by chromium, and then followed by arsenic, and then cadmium. Mostly, and the higher concentrations were observed in Ziwa and Moiben of the heavy metals. Yes. Also, the pH there, they are generally acidic. These are the maps. So there are 4 maps in one plate, and then there's a single map. The 4 maps in one place comprise of the 4 elements, and then the single map, it is the pH map. And this color indicates the concentration level of each of those metals in the study area. And you can see from the sampling point to the color ends, or to the end points of each color, it shows how spread is that particular element and concentration in those regions. The same with the pH. When you look at the yellow zone, that means the pH in that place is between 4.5 to 4.87, and that place comprises of soil. And then specifically, we sample from Ziwa 1 and 2. These are just sampling point. And the map, this technique is able to tell us that up to the end of that settlement or that wall, it is purely a similar trend for the pH, the same with the other elements. And this one helps to reduce the burden of sampling, the cost, the challenges of fieldwork. And that's the essence of technology. Yes. Next one, please. Go. 5-minute time. Okay, for the in vitro bioaccessibility, as you can see, when you do the concentrations, the available concentrations of the metal is one aspect, and then the metal will be larger in quantity in the soil, but that may not be, that does not mean it is highly bioaccessible when it is being taken in. So when we do this, despite cadmium being the lowest in the places, but when we do the bioaccessibility for it, you realize that it is the highest. So though it is small in soil, but it means that when it gets into our system, the chance or the probability of it being more of it being absorbed into the bloodstream is higher than the other elements. That is what this is showing. Yes, next please. And so all of this, that means similar study of potentially toxic metals in agricultural soil from other parts of the world, looking at similar elements that we have followed, we're able to ascertain as to what we have also got here. One is the first one, like you see by time and others, there's a study that was done in farm, in vegetable farm in Italy, and they use similar spatial distribution map and imaging to be able to spread this, to see how extensive is the spread of cadmium in the soil. And that was also for a similar trend. And then there's another one from China, Bagwan and others, and then so many similar studies. But what is the bottom line here is cadmium is also significant when it comes to agricultural soil because it is one of the inorganic base used in many fertilizers and pesticides. So whenever you want to do environmental, you look at the source for anthropogenic activity, which is farming, that is underlying our study. One of the main elements to look for is cadmium, because it is mostly a constituent element of some of these fertilizers and pesticides. Yes, next please. Generally, what we can conclude is that the use of interdistant weighting, inverse distant weighting interpolations to generate spatial distributions of potential toxic metals or pH and other environmental sampling is a very effective tool. It helps to reduce the cost and it is effective. And then two, we also want to conclude that Wiben, Ziwa, and Iberi actually have the highest concentration when it comes to the 4 or 5 elements that we have looked at in this study. And when you look at the total concentrations of the sample or the potential toxic element, lead has the highest that we have mentioned earlier. And then when we did the in vitro bioaccessibility, we realized that cadmium was the highest, and it ranges from 64 to 99%. That means when we get exposed to cadmium, the chance of having more of what we have taken into our bloodstream is very high compared to other elements. So what we recommend that farmers avoid using cadmium-based fertilizer, and that environmental practitioners ensure regular monitoring, because when you do further ecological assessment, it means that we might be in a risky zone when it comes to cadmium and lead. And then I think on that we conclude. Next, please. And yeah, Tina, thanks, and I want to say something to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Salia. We appreciate your work. I think that was a good presentation, and we have also tried to stick to time. So I'll just ask you not to leave the meeting, because we are going to have interactive session after all presenters have done their work. So I'll request, do we have, is Kiplimo in the house?
If I have, oh no, okay, that's not.
Yes, sir.
Kiplimo?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, we are giving you 15 minutes to present your work. Did you send your slides?
Yes, I sent, but I would request that I share my screen.
Oh, you want to share it yourself?
Yes.
Okay, just shortly. Plimo?
Yes.
Yeah, we have made you a presenter. Kindly start and stick to the time, 15 minutes strictly.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Cheboy John Kilimo from the Department of Environmental Planning and Management. The title of this presentation is Determining Infrastructure Capacities for Smart Transport, a case of Eldoret municipality. This was part of my wider research. So this was one of the objectives. My supervisors are, my supervisors are Dr. Fatuma Daudi and Dr. Job Ngetich. So the background of the study that cities are engines of economic growth around the world, and 80% of our global economic outputs comes from cities. So there's need to develop more compact and connected urban development. So there are various components of smart cities, which include smart living, smart people, smart governance, smart economy, smart environment, and smart transport or mobility. So I focused my study on the smart transport aspect. So concepts of smart cities mitigates against the challenges of rapid urbanization. So transportation is an important part of urban design and in ensuring that there is proper functioning of our cities. So this is just part of the continuation that in Kenya, transportation is designated for 3% of all the land users. So smart transport involves the use of ICT, such as smart traffic information systems, to solve the emerging transport challenges. The problem statement: Eldoret town is one of the most urbanizing towns in Kenya. There is high rates of congestions, especially on the major arteries that connect to the CBD. So the congestion has led to increased rates of pollution, and thus there is increase in temperature. So the pollution due to traffic congestion has ramifications on the health of people living within this particular area. So the congestion has led to waste of time, money, and man hours, and thus negatively affecting our economy. So this is an image showing part of the Eldoret CBD. This is the Tagore bus terminus. This is Uganda Road. This is the main bus terminus, showing the various challenges. For example, at the terminus, there is congestion. At the Uganda Road, there are numerous intersections contributing to traffic congestion. So this study aimed at solving some of these problems. So this is an image showing traffic snarl-up in Eldoret town. So the general objective was to establish urban mobility patterns within Eldoret municipality for proper planning. So this was one of the objectives, to determine the infrastructure capacities for smart transport within Eldoret municipality. So these were some of my research questions. The justification of the study: urban transport is important as key land use in town planning to address the traffic snarl-ups within Eldoret municipality and address insufficiency in transport infrastructure. So the literature review focused on some of these issues to understand the concept of smart cities and smart transport systems, the urban transportation problems, and to provide solutions to these problems, the best practices of smart transport systems, and the policy, legal, and institutional frameworks of urban transport in Kenya. So the concept of smart cities, as I had indicated, is aimed solving the high number of challenges using technology. So technology takes a center stage. So one of the objectives is to offer perfect mobility. It includes intelligent road networks, intercity railway networks, protected cycle routes, protected pedestrian paths, and integrated public transport. So the components include the use of bus rapid transport, which is normally referred to as BRT, the use of metro trains. These are mass transport systems, car-free zones, complete streets, and the use of both car and bike sharing. So this is an image of a city known as Bogota in Colombia that has embraced the use of BRT. So this was the study area. It covered the entire Eldoret municipality. Collected data from some specific areas within the town, especially on the 4 major roads that connect to the town. So we had points known as cordon points where we collected also data on parking statistics and also interviews from key informants. And we analyzed my data based on the specific objectives. So this particular objective, for example, key roads that connect to the municipality. Some of the data collected at a road reserve of 60 meters. The total length within the municipality is 18.2, and this is the percentage within the entire municipality. So these are the major roads: the Nakuru Eldoret Malaba Highway, Eldoret Kapsabet Road, Eldoret Iten Road, Power Place Junction to Kipkorgot, Kipchoge Stadium to Kiplombe, and the junction to the University of Eldoret, with all these descriptions. So this is an image showing the main trunk, international trunk road, with all the specifications. For example, for this particular road, it transverses CBD from east to west. The functions include collection and distribution. It's a major spine road. Most streets join the road are at right angle. There is highest traffic volume, local and through traffic. The width is that 30 meters and forms CBD frontage and development corridor. So the challenges, we tried to get the challenges for this particular road, and there is congestion, there is inadequate traffic management. The road is very narrow, especially within the CBD. There are about 15 cross and T-junctions, conflict. Thus, there is conflict and congestion areas. It lacks an elaborate traffic management framework. There is direct property access. There is absence of service lanes which would be used to access our properties. There is frequent traffic disruption. There is roadside parking, and loading and offloading. It takes place within the road. There is inadequate marking and road signage. So I did this for all the major roads. For example, another road was the Eldoret Kisumu road. That is the road going towards Kapsabet. These are the images showing that particular road, and these are the specifications for that particular road. And the challenges are similar. For example, there's congestion, so there's no need to go through all this. There's inadequate traffic management, especially on the key junctions. When I moved to the data on parking, the parking statistics, data showed that the total number of parking spaces within the municipality 2027, there is angle parking 1,538, there is flash parking, there is mixed parking, and there is unspecified parking. So this is a deficit from the data, because one of the objectives we collected data on both the incoming and outgoing traffic. So this is the deficit, and you can see there is high deficit of parking spaces within the municipality. So the challenges, there is parking on the major road, there are marked parking spaces, the parking in undesignated areas. Drivers searching for parking also contribute to congestion. There is on-street parking, which hinder traffic movement. So data on the existing bus and matatu terminal, there are about 4, although there are more than 4. There is the main bus stage, there is the Sosiani stage, Tagore, or the western stage, Chepkoilet, and other stages mostly on road reserves. So the congested bus or matatu terminal, and therefore need for alternative bus and matatu terminal, especially on those on road reserves. So there is railway land that is centrally located and adequate land available which can be used for matatu terminal, and therefore can be legally acquired. These are number of buses and matatus at the main Sosiani, Tagore, and these are the number of circles, and these are the number of vehicles on each stage. These are the terminal facilities within the town. These are the images. For example, the main one lies adjacent to the main market. There is the approximate acreage. The capacity is 300 vehicles. It is paved. There's pedestrian shed. There's other facilities that are available. The main challenges is congestion, PSV overflow on the adjacent streets, dilapidated and worn out floor surfaces. There's inadequate solid waste management, and there's poor connectivity, other terminals, and traffic generating areas. So this is the data from the Sociani Matatu Termini. It's almost similar. The acreage is 0.78 hectares, and it serves 1,200 PSVs. This is the Tagore Matatu Termini. That is the image, and those are the statistics. Then NMT, the non-motorized transport corridors within our municipality. The pedestrian network covers approximately 82.9 kilometers, and there's high coverage within the CBD. The corridors radiate from the CBD with a width of between 1 to 3 meters. So the NMT corridors, these are the key challenges, that there's encroachment by matatus and border borders. There's blocking by loading and offloading activities, worn-out walkways, absence of walkways, inadequate pavements, high pedestrian volumes, and incomplete NMT corridors. And there's minimal cyclability, especially on the core CBD due to narrow streets. These are the passenger volumes that I managed to get on these cordon points along the 4 major roads. For example, the Eldoret Iten Road, the average daily outgoing traffic for passengers is 11,467, and the incoming is 8,599. These are the total outgoing passenger volumes, and these 34,889 are the outgoing incoming passenger volumes. So these are the availability of pedestrian routes. These are the percentages: 85.71% against 14.29%. Support for bicycle routes. High number of people support the use of bicycle routes. Railway transport as one of the infrastructure. There is the Kenya-Uganda Railway, which passes through the municipality with a total length of 19.15 kilometers. The station is located within the CBD. There is untapped potential, and therefore the need to transform it to a mass rapid transport system as one of the ways to transport people to various locations. This is an image showing the CBD railway station block. It is centrally located within the CBD. There is also air transport, and there are two major transport facilities, the Eldoret International Airport and the Eldoret Airstrip. These are the specifications for the Eldoret International Airport. It has 3,500 long and 45-meter wide runway that connects the upfront, run by 2 cross taxiways. The major objective of this airport is to open up the Western region to local and international markets, and therefore makes Eldoret a regional logistics hub. And there's also the airstrip, which is located next to Action Estate. It's also important because of its proximity to the town. So the smart transport systems, such as bus rapid transit systems and light rail systems, there is the use of technology, for example, traffic signals, smart screens, and mobile phones to manage the transport. Currently lacking within the municipalities, there is no use of this technology within Eldoret municipality. There is untapped potential of the use of these systems to facilitate traffic movements. This is a map that shows the proposed BRT routes. I prepared this map to show the proposed routes if we were to adopt the bus rapid transport systems. So in conclusion, the use of different modes of transport, especially low capacity vehicles, are a major challenge in the management of traffic. The use of BRT will ensure a drastic reduction in congestion levels and subsequently low levels of pollution. So the use of technology such as traffic signals and applications to guide road users also lacking. So some of the recommendations include the adoption of these methods which will reduce passenger vehicles. For example, if we were to adopt the use of the mass transport systems, we would reduce the 14-seater matatus by a huge margin, and therefore we will reduce pollution, we will reduce noise, and therefore making Eldoret a smart city. It is also recommended that sensors and traffic control systems be interlinked with parking spaces with a component for parking fee enhancement. So in continuation, the introduction of mass transit systems such as BRT, as well as integration to facilitate traffic movement, reduction in pollution levels. So the proposed routes for these two systems, as well as the proposed stations, which will be strategic to be used for both drop-off and pick-off points. We also encourage the use of car sharing so that we minimize the number of cars and the need to acquire railway land, which will act as the main points for dropping and picking passengers. And the use of technology, the cameras, the applications, and the smart screens for traffic management, as well as offering guidance on the next available parking spaces. So those are some of the images that are available within our municipality. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kilimo. I think you have kept time. I'll now request our last presenter for the day, Joan, who was not there when her name was shouted. So Joan, can you? Joan, there you go. So Joan, kindly. Joan.
Yes, please.
Kindly, you are not there when we called you, and you're also taking a lot of time. We want you to present 15 minutes, kindly. Did you send us your slides?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we don't have the slides, eh? So do you have the slides? Do you have the slides to make you a presenter? You present from wherever you are.
Okay, and they are not so close because I'm using my phone to present. Maybe
But we don't.
Yes.
According to the you didn't send your slides. Whom did you send the slides to?
To the link, the postgraduate link. The email on postgraduate conference, the one that invited us for the meeting.
We can't see the slides.
Okay, maybe I can let me look for them. I share. Allow me to share, please.
Oh, you have them, eh?
No, allow me to share so that I look for them because I cannot search for them when I'm not in the house. Let me try. Just give me 2 minutes.
Maybe in the meantime, as she's prepared, but we'll not give you a lot of time. If you don't come back in the next 2 minutes, I think we'll just close off the session. In the meantime, please
Do we have
say.
another session tomorrow? Do we have another section tomorrow?
You are not ready, eh?
No, I'm looking for the slide.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what we can do, eh? If you are not ready, you can request and see if you can get a session tomorrow. Is Waswa there? Waswa?
Okay.
Waswa?
Okay, I can get a session tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, tomorrow you can request tomorrow. Waswa? Okay, we also seem not to be having Waswa with us. So I think I'll request that we now go to the section for questions. We'll go presenter by presenter so that we are systematic. Now, the first presenter was Edwin Yongo, who talked about assessment of tropic state and water quality of Lake Naivasha, Kenya, using multivariate techniques. Do you have questions from the audience?
Yes, please, sir.
So there is a question on the chat. Edwin, can you be able to see it? Before Edwin Rotich, or maybe Edwin Rotich just ask you a question, then we'll come back to that question. Edwin Rotich, you have a question?
I had a question, sir. I didn't present. I was supposed to be the last one to do presentation from the program.
No, okay, yeah. So okay, maybe you can present, eh? Do you have your slides with you?
I sent the slides.
Do you have the slides for Edwin? If we have the slides, we'll present. If you don't have the slides,
you should be having. They were acknowledged as I sent.
There's another Edwin. Hey, yeah, we have the slides. You can just prepare and present. Sorry, let's reserve that session. Let's allow Edwin to present, and then we can have the question session. Sorry about that. There's another Edwin Kiprono Rotich. So Edwin Kiprono Rotich, you want us?
Yes, I want to present. Can you have my slides on?
Okay.
Okay, I can see the slides are on.
Okay, so can you present 15 minutes?
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, may I introduce myself. I'm Edwin Rotich, and I'm a PhD soil science student. My supervisors are Professor Peter Kichinio and Professor Caleb Otieno. The title that I have presented for this conference is from one part of my thesis, objective number 1, which looks at the evaluation of lighting, fertilizer, the microdosing on soil productivity for sorghum in Western Kenya. Maybe let's go to the next slide.
Edwin, hello, Edwin.
Yes, sir.
Your volume is a bit low, and maybe you might need to do something about it.
Is it that way? Okay. Hello. Am I now audible?
Just lower your hand.
Yes. Oh, okay.
And then increase the volume.
I've increased the volume. I want to hear that it's down. The volume is down. Okay. So,
increase the volume kindly and try to do it fast. We are running out of time.
I'm using my guide. I've increased my volume. Okay. Can I continue? Can I continue?
Continue. Just be very close to your mic on the phone, on the phone or on the laptop.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Kindly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. By way of introduction, we understand from the soil perspective that the use of mineral fertilizers takes the greatest proportion of crop productivity. We have this aspect called microdosing, which is a relatively new concept, although not very new at the moment, because most of the trials have been done regarding microdosing. It is vastly being popularized among smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. And we can say the aim is striving at minimizing the doses of fertilizer application by adopting a technology which is called microdosing. This is envisaged to be more environmentally friendly while preserving productivity higher than conventional fertilization, which most farmers are used to. So soil acidity, again, is widespread worldwide. And according to research, it accounts to 40% of entire arable soils. Farmer-based field trials have been carried out in many parts of the world. I chose to do this in the western part of Kenya, which represents the parts of the soil which are more said to be acidic or low in pH. Now, we have the soils which are mostly acidic. We say acidic and they are low in pH, being referred to as most of them are acrisols or feral soils. And the characteristics of this soil is that mostly they are low in pH. Their fertility are inherently also low. They are usually unresponsive in most parts of Western Kenya, especially, as has been researched by Otinga. Most of them are said to be unresponsive. That is to say, when fertilizer is added, they do not show any increase in yields. They are also persistently acidic. As a result of this, the problem that arises is that the low crop yields are experienced. Food insecurity follows that, and again, it leads to extensive environmental degradation. Such interventions have been done, which may not have simply produced good results, including banned application of fertilizers in order to minimize them. And some fertilizer broadcasting practices were usually done, and still farmers still do, which are known to be costly, and at the same time, excesses of it is used. And we know that most of the, at the moment, fertilizer has continuously risen beyond a level that farmers cannot buy. It's even appalling that in Kenya this year, 2022, farmers were forced to buy the planting fertilizer at a higher cost of around 6,000 or so thousand shillings, Kenya shillings, which is unsustainable. We have unsystematic intercropping systems, which are also said to have been done, which are supposed to help, because we know that most of the intercropping crops which are used for intercropping include legumes, which are known to be soil nitrogen fixers. Again, some farmers still practice burning of crop residues, which is still a problem. So such interventions, which are usually done, aimed at reducing a continuous declining soil fertility. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Sorry, we bring it back. The main objectives of this research was, of this particular objective, number one, was to evaluate the influence of liming and fertilizer microdosing on some of the soil chemical characteristics and their influences on the yield of sorghum. So the main, the specific objectives included the determination of the influence of liming and microdosing of fertilizer, nitrogen, and phosphorus on sorghum grain yields, and to determine the effect of liming, fertilizer microdosing, including which specifically nitrogen and phosphorus microdosing, on the levels of soil pH, soil phosphorus, nitrogen, organic carbon, and aluminum saturation. Next slide. The microdosing concept is vastly being popularized, as I've said before, amongst smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. And the aim strives to minimize the doses of fertilizer application by adopting a technology that is environmentally friendly, at the same time without compromising on yields. So the yields have to be sustained, which are usually used by farmers to avoid the conventional fertilization. Next. So farmer-based field trials, in order to pursue this objective, were carried out in 2 counties. This was done in Siaya, and most of the soils in Siaya and Kakamega are acidic. The soils are low in pH. So we took the trial for microdosing in these counties. And what we did is that we also did liming on these soils to go hand in hand with it, so that we can follow the soil chemical properties and finally look at the yields of sorghum as a result of those interventions. So 3 levels of phosphorus and N were formulated. As you can see down here, we have the control, which had no lime, there was no N and P, there was no lime, and then small levels of nitrogen and phosphorus at 18.8 parts per million, parts per million, and 6.5 P. We also had 0 lime and 37.5 N, 13 P as the 3rd level, and the last level was no lime plus 75, 25, 26 P, and again lime with no nitrogen and no phosphorus, which was almost a semi-control. And it was repeated with lime all through up to the level of 75 nitrogen. The 75% nitrogen is usually practiced. 75 kilograms of N per hectare and 26 kilograms of P is usually the highest level, which is given, which is recommended to farmers to use. This has been done for so many years. We are trying to do an intervention to use smaller levels, but not nil, because again, lack of use of fertilizer will not help the farmers. So fertilizer levels represented 0%, 25%, 50%, and 100% in terms of kilograms per hectare. Next slide. These are the counties. We had Siaya County where we did that, and Kakamega. The other counties we did a different experiment, and I used this is the map showing the next slide. So I will go straight to the results that we obtained as a result of the treatment that we did in the field. We realized that from the grain yield, this table is showing us the significances of the grain yield in 3 seasons. We did this experiment in 2016, 17, and 18, and we found the following results, which are giving us the yields of grain in the 3 sites. The Makoa field was in Kakamega, Patricia field and Coletta, both of them were in Siaya and Sega. And you can see that there were significant differences all through in the yield of grain in all these counties. If you look at it, you will see that from the results, we can see that the yields were significantly high with the use of lime. The lime use was high, which elicited or actually we gave us the results of up to a variation of 64.95% using lime as opposed to 0 use of lime. From this table, we can tell that the use of lime cannot be avoided in improving the yields of fertilizer. This is one of the problems that farmers have not been adopted to. What is talked about is the use of fertilizer, but the use of lime has become a problem. But you can see that the increase in yields are significant. They are highly significant in all the 3 seasons and in all the sites. Next slide. Looking at the effect of lime on soil pH, we realize again that there's a significant influence of a significant increase in change in pH. Usually pH changes from a lower level to a higher level, and you can see, for instance, that in on the sites like in 2018, Macoas field, the increase in pH was up to 6.88%. This is a small increase. In most cases, the increase in pH is usually small. We got to use a lot of lime in order to make a small change in a unit per unit of pH. So the increase of 5.74, for example, to 6.08 in Macoas field in 2018 was significant. And from the analysis, you can see significant results in most of the fields, which tells us that the use of lime and no use of lime make a great difference. Next. If you look at the level of P and exchangeable aluminum, these are the parameters which are usually influenced by the pH of the soil. And from studies, it is known that at high pHs, usually P and exchangeable aluminum are inversely proportional. The P goes down in low pH, and the exchangeable aluminum goes up in low pH soils. And you realize that the use of lime changed or altered the level of P as a result of increasing the soil pH. So the pH of the soil P, for example, in Macoas field, we can take an example in 2016 was 4.00, and without lime it was 3.95. This was a difference of 14.1%, which was highly significant in these terms. Although this pH, although these P levels are very low, they are just extremely very low. The recommended P values should be at least around 15 above there. But this change from 3.95 to 4.6 just by increasing or liming is significant in itself. This was replicated in other trials, also in other fields in different seasons. And when you look at the exchangeable aluminum, which usually when the pH is low, the exchangeable aluminum in soils, the saturation becomes very high. That means if we lime the soils, the saturation of aluminum are reduced. So the saturation of aluminum in 2016, 2017, and 2018 in all the three seasons were altered as a result of liming these soils. For instance, if you look at the saturation of when the soils are limed, the pH, the exchangeable aluminum saturation is 2.20 as opposed to 0.31, which is a difference of 85.9%, and it is highly significant. Next slide.
Yeah, you should be finishing up. You have used your 15 minutes.
All right. Okay. Again, soil N and soil organic carbon were followed up, were tested to find out as a result of liming. And it was found that the amount of nitrogen and the amount of lime was slightly increased, but in a significant manner in most of the fields in the low pH soils. Next slide. Likewise to the CN ratio, which is the ratio of carbon to nitrogen. When we do that, we will find that the CN ratio was significant in most of these fields. We look at particularly Patricia's field in the year 2017, the CN ratio was 36.12%, but the 6.12 is a ratio, and as of 32.38 in without with lime. Now you can see that this was highly significant. This is quite important as far as the ratios are concerned. That's next slide. Okay. So I will not go through the grain yield. The grain yield as a result of fertilizer was also significant. And next slide. The fertilizer again was significant in most of the fields. As a result of use of fertilizer, the changes in soil pH were very slight, but this cannot be attributed so much to the use of fertilizer, because fertilizer do not elicit any change in pH. Next slide. Next slide. I want to go to the conclusion. The use of lime was widely seen to have reduced the soil pH. And the reason why the pH was reduced is because the concentration of hydrogen ions was reduced by addition of lime, which cancels the hydrogen ion concentration in the soil. By increasing soil pH, in other words, we improve the root development, which enhances the growth of sorghum, and thus improving the capacity of the sorghum roots to grow and spread within the soil continuum, and also capture most of the other nutrients in the soil. The results obtained were indicative also that there was no justification, since when we looked at the use of micro dose nutrients of 18, it did not really cause any high difference or greater difference when using 37, the high level of 70, a high level of 75. Sorry, I'm getting interruption there as I'm winding. So the results obtained were indicative that there was no justification in using too much of the fertilizer. It is known also widely that too much use of N fertilizer particularly elicit a lot of acidity in soils, and therefore there is need to use more small doses. In these small doses that we demonstrated, and we didn't have enough time to explain here, is that we use as a bottle top of fertilizer, a bottle top for soda top as the maximum that can be applied per station or per hole per plant. This is quite enough to make the plant grow enough, and together with the liming will give us the results that we desire. And finally, the results implied that there was no gain using the rates higher than 18.8 nitrogen and 6.5 of P, since this could not produce any significant difference in the yields. Next slide. I think this should be the last. I'm just showing the victories of farmers, involve the farmers in liming so that they can appreciate. Most of them are not known to the lime. So by introducing this, it will make them appreciate this. This was done in Kakamega and in Sega. And maybe we wind up with the pictorials down here. The lime fields in Koyonzo side, which is in Kakamega, are on the left side, and in Sega side on the right, we can see the sorghum which was not lime, and you can see the great difference, both fields being planted at the same time. And I think this is the same, replicated on different sites. These are visuals in Koyonzo in 2017, limed and unlimed. Down. And I want to say thank you to Magnite and the University of Eldoret. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Edwin, although you have taken more time than required. It's okay. I think now we come to the question time. So we'll have some few minutes for interaction before we call it a day. So we start with the first presenter, Edwin Mongo, who talked about assessment of trophic state and water quality of Lake Naivasha, Kenya, using multivariate techniques. Do we have a question on that from the audience? Okay, there was a question, I think, Edwin, from the, I think maybe what, I think, Edwin, there was a question, No, I think this was Edwin to the second. No, I think it's not for Edwin. We have not reached there. Any question to Edwin? I will go to the presentation by. Okay, Edwin, although people don't have a question on your presentation, I personally had issues with your slides. I think they were a bit congested. There was the one on results where you had put so many tables on one slide and they could not be seen. So I think for future improvement, make sure that the tables are very clear. So we normally recommend a table per slide or two.
Okay.
So I think try to improve that. And then what I've also seen, which is cutting across, is please, when you are giving your recommendations or conclusions, they should be tied to your objectives. So you'll find that somebody maybe has two, three objectives, but when you come to recommendations, the conclusions are quite many. So we need to capture, we need to make sure that each objective is captured in the conclusion. So they should be able to match. Objective 1 in the conclusion, objective 2 should be concluded, objective 3 should be concluded, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So I think let's make sure we do that. And then what we also need to improve on is, I think when you are given a chance to present your talk, you are supposed to summarize your work. And when you're talking about summarizing, it's like the abstract. So we are supposed to see the title, the introduction with the problem statement clearly stated, and also to justify why you are doing the work. And then you give the objectives and move on. Some of you did not give the problem statements. You didn't even justify, and even the justification was not very clear. So I think just justify so that we appreciate why we are doing this work. And then what we also need to know is when you're focusing on the presentation, I think the main part of your presentation should be the results and discussion. The other parts, just summarize them up, and then you focus on the results, which I think I saw some of you are missing out on that. Okay, and then the discussions, I saw they were very weak for most of us. When you're giving your discussion, kindly compare what you got with what other scholars did and explain the variations. And when you're explaining the variations, you also put references. Now we'll go to the question. I think we have no questions for Edwin Yongo. Can we go to Melvin Atieno? She talked about nutritional content of both commercial feeds and non-commercial feeds on aquaculture fish in Winam Gulf, Lake Victoria. Any question or comments on the work? As we say, this is an interactive session. We expect people to ask questions so that you can give the researcher a different way of looking at the work. I don't know if that question, Edwin Yongo, your question was targeting who? Hello, Edwin. There's a question which you have asked, what defines closed and open lake system? That question was directed to who? Which presentation?
To Melvin, the second presenter.
Yeah, Melvin, why can you answer that question? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Edwin, for that question. So what defines the closed and open lake is that the section of the Winam Gulf or the Lake Victoria that has no interferences, let's say human interferences, is termed as the closed one. Like the upper part of the Gulf is the closed one, while the open waters or open lake has, in most cases, has interferences by the human activities. So you find out that in open lake as well, it drains its water into the river as well. So that's according to my understanding about the two differences of the lakes, open and closed. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Then we go to Hilda. Presentation was on the abundance.
Yeah, we are opening up of the bridge.
Okay, I think there's a comment Melvin from Yongo. Yongo, come up again.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, I'm asking about the opening up of the bridge.
Opening up of the bridge. He's asking about opening up of the bridge.
What has it done?
The Rusinga
don't
Mbita
understand.
bridge that separated. Are you aware of the restoration of Rusinga Mbita bridge that used to separate the open waters from Winam Gulf?
No. This is new.
You
Thanks
are not
for
aware?
sharing that. Yeah, maybe I can look into it. Has it been published
Okay.
somewhere, or you have any literature that you could share with me?
So maybe Edwin, what you can do, just
Thank you.
yeah, you can extend the discussion with the Melvin, conduct
Yeah.
and then share the discussion.
Thanks.
And then Hilda, abundance distribution composition of enteromious fish species from various dams in Uasin Gishu County. Any questions on that presentation? I think we encourage people to ask questions so that we make the discussion interactive. Okay, and then any question on the work by Salia, potential toxic metals, accessibility and spatiality, and by accessibility and spatial distribution in agri and soils in Uasin Gishu County? We seem not to be having questions. Okay, the last one was second last was a presentation by Kilimo, determining infrastructure capacity for smart transport within Eldoret municipality. Any question there? Any comment? Okay, the last presentation was by Edwin Rotich, evaluation of liming and fertilizer microdosing on sustained soil productivity for sorghum in Western Kenya. Okay, we seem not to be having a question on that. So I think we'll leave there. I think Joanne, you'll present tomorrow. We were not able to open your slides. We'll organize so that you have your work presented tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm sure we shall get some slots. Oh, Melvin. Hello, Melvin.
Yes.
I think the person who was taking the notes did not get the answer that you gave, the difference between closed and open lakes. Could you just come again?
We have agreed that we will contact each other further on
No,
that.
there's an answer that you gave, the first part.
Oh, of the answer that I gave earlier.
Yes, so what defines a closed and open lake? Just a general one.
Okay. Okay, a general one is that an open lake, or let's say a closed lake, for instance, is a section whereby the lake doesn't have any interferences from human activities, while open lake has interferences by the human activities, and the open lake also drains its waters into a river. So I had separated my, the Winam Gulf is separated sort of into two aspects. There's this part where it gets its water from the rivers, So that's how I got to differentiate the two.
Okay, I'll just request that maybe you do further research on that because you seem not to be very sure. And then you can also get in touch with Edwin so that it can also enrich your work. I think members, because of time, we may need to stop there for now. We'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start with a session for the keynote speakers, and then we'll break into the various groups. I think with those few remarks, I beg that we stop at this particular point. Thank you for participating in this session. Thank you and bye.
The University of Eldoret is a modern university situated approximately 9 kilometers northeast of Eldoret town in Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. Founded in 1946 and converted to a teachers training college in 1984, in 1990 it became Chepkoilel campus of Moi University, offering natural, basic and applied science programs. In August 2010, the campus was upgraded to Chepkoilel University College, a constituent college of Moi University. Upon the award of charter by the President on 11th February 2013, the University College was renamed University of Eldoret. Our vision is a premier university that nurtures global leaders and innovators. Our mission is to provide quality education, training, research and consultancy in science, agriculture and technology to meet the needs and aspirations of a dynamic society. The University of Eldoret is ISO 9001:2015 Quality Management System certified. The university is led by the Chancellor Ambassador Professor Judith Mbula Bahemuka, who is the titular head of the university, the council comprising of the chairperson and members, and the University Management Board led by the Vice Chancellor Professor Teresa Akenga. The other members comprise of Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and Student Affairs Professor Ruth Otunga, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration and Finance Professor Wilson Ngetich, Deputy Vice Chancellor Planning, Research and Extension Professor Philip Raburu, the Registrar Academics Professor Paul Taruz, Acting Registrar Administration CPA Francis Ikapel, Registrar Planning Dr. Benjamin Mwasi, Acting Finance Officer CPA Ereu Totona, and Senior Legal Officer Mr. Stephen Anditi. University of Eldoret is science, agriculture and technology based and has grown steadily from the initial schools of forestry and science to the current 9 schools with 34 academic departments. The schools are led by a team of deans who also provide academic leadership and management of the faculty. They include Dr. Oliver Kiplagat, Acting Dean, School of Agriculture and Biotechnology; Professor Robert Otuya, Dean, School of Business and Management Sciences; Dr. Paul Odwori, Dean, School of Economics; Professor Kisilu Kitainge, Dean, School of Education; Dr. Julius Kolongei, Dean, School of Engineering; Professor Gelas Simiu, Dean, School of Environmental Studies; Dr. Jacob Onyango, Acting Dean, School of Human Resource Development; Professor Boaz Kaunda Arara, Dean, School of Natural Resource Management; Professor Samuel Luta, Dean, School of Science; and the Dean of Students, Dr. Lelei Kiboi.
This is one of the big schools in the University of Eldoret, with several programs covering all the fields in agriculture, both at undergraduate level and postgraduate level. Also, we have some diploma programs. We strive to be a center of excellence in agriculture, as our vision is to be a center of excellence locally and globally in agricultural sciences, technology development, and transfer. We have a total of 6 departments within the school, which are under the dean. So we have a wide range of courses, and our students are not limited to work in agriculture, although most of them work in agriculture, but we have other options which are not traditionally agricultural enterprises, but nowadays employ our students.
The School of Education is the largest school at the University of Eldoret. We serve about 50% of the total student population. The school is housed at the main campus in the education complex and also at the town campus located at Musco Towers opposite Sirikwa Hotel, Eldoret town. The School of Education is organized in 8 departments. We at the School of Education prepare teachers and trainers to be employed by the Teachers Service Commission and the Public Service for Technical and Vocational Education teachers. Our graduates go into industry and private practice. The School of Education programs are highly popular due to the many avenues for employment after undertaking the courses. Graduates can go into teaching, they can go into industry for technology education, and also some establish their own businesses.
To the School of Engineering. The School of Engineering was founded in 2011 with 3 departments which are fully accredited by Engineers Board of Kenya. The first department is Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering. The second department is Civil and Structural Engineering. And the third department is Mechanical and Production Engineering. All the above 3 programs ran for 5 years. The School of Engineering has actually a number of unique strengths. The first one is that we have qualified and dedicated staff with varied experiences in different fields of engineering. Secondly, our programs are marketable, both at graduate and undergraduate level. We also have excellent teamwork among academic and technical support staff and also with students. We also have good cooperation and networks with neighboring institutions, industries, and other stakeholders. Without also forgetting, we are also located in a serene environment next to a fast-growing city. The School of Engineering has 4 administrative units. Mainly, apart from the 3 departments I have mentioned, we also have the school, the Dean's Office.
I am Professor Samuel Luther, Dean School of Science, and an Associate Professor of Chemistry. We have a mission and vision. Our vision is to be a vibrant center in excellence in generation of scientific knowledge. And our mission is to create, innovate, disseminate scientific information through quality teaching and research. As a school, we have 4 departments, namely Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, Department of Physics, Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, and Department of Biological Sciences. We offer programs both in pure and applied sciences, and our programs are market-driven and sensitive to global trends in terms of innovation.
The university has directors who coordinate the formulation, review, and implementation of university policies. They include Dr. Victor Kimeli, Directorate of Information and Communication Technology, Professor Donald Otieno, Director Quality Assurance, Dr. David Waswa, Director Strategic Planning and Performance Contracting, Professor Beatrice Were, Directorate of Board of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Vincent Sudoi, Director Research and Innovation, Professor Grace Chesarek, Directorate of Industrial Linkages, Partnerships and Collaborations, Professor James Olekiapi, Director Resource, Mobilization and Strategic Initiatives, Dr. Geraldine K. Motola, Director Gender, Equity and Diversity, Dr. Nicholas Rope, Acting Director, University of Eldoret, Eldoret Town Campus, Dr. Nicholas Macau, Acting Director, Open, Distance and E-Learning, and Engineer Emmanuel Kinyor Mutai, Acting Director, Income Generation Units. The university operates 2 nursery schools, 2 primary schools, and a secondary school. The University of Eldoret has a town campus for evening and weekend classes that is located at Musco Towers opposite Sirikwa Hotel, Eldoret Town.
Welcome to University of Eldoret Town Campus. We are situated in Central Business District in Eldoret in a serene environment, conducive for learning. And we offer several courses, programs in the campus from different schools, majorly School of Education, School of Business Management, School of Agriculture, School of Environmental Studies, and also short courses. These are vocational courses based on needs assessment. These are people who are working and there are some skills that they require. So we develop such courses and we offer here in town campus. So the mode of delivery here is that we offer these courses evenings and also weekends and also full-time. There are those students who are not engaged because mainly these are students who are self-sponsored, and there are those who are not also maybe engaged elsewhere. They are not working, so they can also come in as full-time students. So we admit our students in January, May, and also September. So the course is actually tailored so that a student can finish within a shorter period, unlike in main campus.
We also have Nairobi Liaison Office at Pension Tower, 12th floor, Loiter Street, for efficient resource mobilization, corporate marketing, stakeholders meetings, and university meetings.
Welcome to the University of Eldoret,
the flame of knowledge and innovation.
We are the best university in this country.